A very warm welcome back. We came back 40 minutes, I think, as promised on the button, and we are bringing you a cash game here at the Merit Retro Series. It's going to be another high-stakes affair. We've got some of the same personnel, not entirely the same lineup. I have noticed Paul Newey is absent. That's a bit of a pity because we do like Paul and we liked commentating on his play last night, but that is not to say that we are short of action players. In fact, Dara, straight away I want to talk about two action players. Konstantinos, that hand at the end is probably gone viral by now. Pocket eights, bit of a hero moment that went very badly wrong as he ran into the ace-king.
Yeah, that was a very interesting hand. It was definitely an unexpected call, let's say, and very unorthodox. He may have had his reasons, we don't know. Read on the player or whatever, but it certainly didn't look good unless you knew what those reasons were, and sometimes that can play on people's minds if they feel that they're being perceived to have made a mistake. I coach tournament players and cash game players. One of the differences that I noticed between the two is tournament players are used to sort of like lots of emotional swings, making mistakes as well, lots of spots where they don't know what to do and having to get those wrong, so they tend to bounce back and be more resilient. But cash game players, you know, it's more of a controlled environment. They win more sessions, the successful ones, than they lose. So they're not necessarily used to that sort of pressure. So it'll be interesting to see. He's obviously had a day to recover, a night's sleep to recover, but it might still be playing on his mind, particularly if, you know, people have been taking the piss out of him.
Yeah, Konstantinos will be in the mix today. And picking up on what Dara said there, I'm always curious whether people... It's sort of accentuated by the fact that it's on TV. It's a televised thing. People will be replaying it. It's not like he can, you know, just muck his hand and say nothing and nobody knows. Everybody knows he had the pocket eights. Everybody knows it was a big misstep in the end of the day, and that is a little bit embarrassing. He is going to try and redeem himself today. The other player who really impressed me, I got to say, was Hans. Now, I hadn't seen much of this guy until that Hustler live stream $1 million game from a few months ago. He played pretty dang well. Now, he was the benefactor of that Hassan donation, we'll call it, that sort of moment of madness, if you like, when they sort of allowed themselves to get incredibly shallow and the ace-10 lamped into the ace-king in a sort of a wild fashion. But how did you feel he progressed through the night? Because he would be unfamiliar, I'm guessing, with a lot of the players. He's not from this part of the world, so I thought he adjusted very well.
Yeah, he was super impressive. He basically seemed to take the whole thing in his stride. Obviously, very seasoned cash player and has been used to playing on the big stage. That kind of came across, like he just didn't look phased by anything.
How lucky you are.
Very good throw.
He's going to be very interesting to watch against. Obviously, the biggest global name of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Jeremy, can I have some hoodie or
I'm
something like maybe shal or
my lips now for a few of the new blood. It's always nice when some new players enter what is already a sort of very familiar atmosphere for everybody else. It's like they're sitting into the table. They're arriving into a dynamic that they're not familiar with. I think that could be fascinating now. And of course, Albert's probably going to drive the action, as he often does. I'd say he had a quiet night by his standards last night, but couldn't say it was completely quiet either.
No, it wasn't. As you said, that the players who are coming in, they will at least have the advantage of they can watch the stream back from last night and try and essentially get up to speed on how the game is playing.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if the guys who didn't play last night watched the stream, maybe gathered a bit of information and are going to use that now.
They may have more information actually on the players that played last night than the players who played last night have on them, so it might actually work to their advantage that they're coming in.
Well, while this cash game plays out, and we are very excited to see how it does, and I predict some wild swings, I got to say. I think it's almost like a continuation of last night, more so than a new, fresh game. I think those dynamics have been established. We see Konstantinos there, center picture. Those dynamics have been established, and I think as a consequence, I feel as though it's almost like we're entering the second half of a late night poker game when maybe the wheels could come off and maybe we'll see some big hands.
And we could have an action flop here. We've got top pair against a hand that beats second pair essentially, and also a gut shot. And two action players. Hassan was the player who probably played the most pots last night, and then Hans we've already talked about. Actually, it's a different Hassan tonight, so yeah.
Oh, and Hans is going to feel like his hand is very likely to be good now on this paired 9. Amazing card for Hassan.
Yeah, the 9 is the hand you're the most worried about, obviously, on the flop, and
He's just stuck it in.
Yeah.
Quick call from hands.
The fact that the board pairs makes it unlikely.
Yes, we can.
Less likely
I go too.
that your opponent has it. So
Pair.
he still has equity. He can still hit an 8 or a 6 for the straight.
We're running it twice here, Dara.
Are we running it? Ooh, and there's the first board. So. And the second board. So straight away.
20k.
20k.
Just like that, 100 bigs.
San stands up and
Ship
walks away
it.
now.
Hit and run.
Hit and run. No.
Yes,
No, I'm
how
joking,
can I
of
help
course.
you? أهلا بالنونو.
That's got to feel good. You take your seat with these guys. You look down at King 9, you think, oh yeah, I'll play this. Make
I
trips.
believe he limped it as well. He limp called.
What about this?
Amazing stuff. So,
So we did talk about hands, not the start you would have wanted, but poker does test you in these spots. It's very much a mental game as well as a game of cards.
Konstantinos there, center of your picture. Will there be a redemption song for him tonight? I am fascinated to find out. I feel as though maybe, just maybe, the wheels could come off this game and we could see some ginormous pots. That was just a small tickler, really, just a 20k, 100 big blinds. Sure, that's nothing to these guys. As we have a look at the calendar here, obviously, this venue and next door's venue, the Diamond Hotel, going to play host to the big one here. There it is on screen, the October EPT, 11th through 22nd of October. Do try and make your way into that one. I'm sure there's various satellite routes, but you can also just, book your hotel room and come over and enjoy the festivities.
Yeah.
I reckon it's going to be great fun. Later in the year, obviously, there's that Gangsters Festival that I'm very excited about, I've got to say, Dar. I've been mustard keen. I hope they invite me out to the Gangsters. I want to wear some of that gear. And yeah, that will wrap up the year. Obviously, 2 more events, October and sort of November into the first days of December. I'm sure there will be a jam-packed schedule next year as well. The 2024 calendar likely to be as full, if not fuller than this one. I have heard rumours that the poker room might be moving full-time over to that new venue in the Diamond. I don't know if they're true. They're just rumours. But if they were to, well, what a venue that is. As we take a breath after what was a 40k pot straight out of the gate.
Straight out of the gate, yeah, just the old 40k pot.
El Patron. Going to limp in again. Why not? Worked last time, 3 deuce. He's got the clean diaper. Do they call it that? It's dirty because it's not suited. Is it clean if it's suited? I don't know how this works.
Yeah, not sure.
It's American parlance.
قال لي الويلي انت جبت الطياره قبله؟
Over limp from Sinan, who we saw a lot of last night.
قلت له لانك موريتاني.
Yolk sauce
Looks like
on
we're
it.
going to end up in a limped pot here.
4.
Bizarre. King 10-10. Miroslav got the king, but Sinan's got the 10. Miroslav probably can't get away for 300 here. He does, though. Good instincts. And Hassan, wow, going to turn his 3 deuce of clubs into a bluff here. He's obviously got the backdoor clubs.
Backdoor clubs on a paired board, 3 high flush draw. Yeah, you don't love it.
This is a feisty one. Sinan can't go anywhere, obviously, to 1 bet, but it is going to be maybe a situation where he could be tested down the streets here. So, any hope for Hassan to backdoor his way into something better, long gone now. But that is not going to deter him. He's going to fire out 3,300 into a pot of around about 5.5k.
Yeah, he's literally got 0 equity now. The only way he can win this hand is to get his opponent to fold.
Yeah, and Sinan's really just been left with a bluff catcher given the action.
Yeah, but we have trips on a board with... I mean, our opponent basically has to have either a better 10 or something like pocket kings.
Wow, quick bet, 5,400, quick call.
Yeah, yeah. Pure bluff catcher.
Okay, this game, this is rocket fuel, Darren. This guy, Hassan, Snap wins a 40k pot. Snap gives back 10k to another player. I think this game is
Yeah, I
going to be a
think
cracker.
had he not won the first hand, maybe he wouldn't have been so adventurous there. But essentially, he
You
was
play the
playing
player,
with his
huh?
profit.
You
So
play the player, huh?
Sinan was
Andre
actually the
is
player
high.
who
Don't you
impressed us the
remember
most yesterday.
Of course I remember you.
Totally
From
agree.
where?
And
I don't know from where. From Jesus.
benefits
yeah.
immediately there
You won
from
180k from
somebody
me.
trying to bluff him.
Bought from me by doing this way. You let
Hi
me
to
bluff
everybody
him.
in the chat on YouTube. Mike Leonard says, good evening, chaps. Same lineup as yesterday.
on these
Yes and
exact
no.
tables.
Several of the players are the same,
This
but we
table.
do have some new players in the
People are
mix.
playing PLO.
Yeah, I think maybe 5 are the same and maybe
Was
2 or
he
3
right
new
also?
ones.
Yeah, David. I think David
I
might have more
was bluffing
information
with
on,
this.
on what the lineup is, and he will let you know. And he's just throwing me a look to suggest I've thrown him
Yeah, I
under the
remember
bus, and
this
maybe
when
that
you
isn't
told
true.
That's just
Was against
typical.
Hassan.
No, I do have a little bit of information, and I will share it on a need-to-know basis. At the moment, audience, you don't need to know.
Okay.
Konstantinos in the mix here with the 600 on the button. Ace-5 suited. Hassan, well, not sure there's a hand he doesn't like pre-flop, to be honest.
Gel Mehmet abi.
Bravo
A
Mehmet.
casual flick in of the 400 here.
Best Turkish player.
Okay, Konstantinos with some backdoors. Hassan top pair, bad kicker. So I assume we might get 20 or 30k into this pot.
Yeah. I'm holding up your first note to me, and I'm immediately calling it into question, David.
Ronaldo like
It says
that.
Hassan the net.
Big stack.
The one that put the most.
Different Hassan. Last night's Hassan.
There.
Ah,
You have to rebuy now.
No, it still has more than.
Because he was remember the station, the bluff with the pair catch. It was a whole thing.
Why
we
are you
did.
playing? I
yeah,
like playing
we
with
saw
people that
everything.
don't know
Yeah,
me.
that's true.
Good full. You know me.
Different
I
Hassan
don't like
from
playing with you.
You crushed me.
I don't like playing with you, my friend. Don't play.
Well, this Hassan is an action player.
Last time
He's
you
been
said
involved
you
in every
like-
hand so
you
far,
even
and he
invited
is
me to the gun hour.
I think
don't know.
the rocket fuel that this
Mehmet next.
Yeah,
night
yeah.
of poker
but
might
we-
need.
Not this hand next.
Yeah.
Not this hand. Next
Yeah, I think
hand.
he's played every
Struggle
hand so
round.
far, so
Yes.
including
All right.
the 3 deuce.
Dara's going to keep check of
Usually
his
the
V
one that is
pipping.
using in
The
the
moment
game
we're at
like to
100.
start this.
The
Yes.
moment we are at 100.
And
Yeah.
usually I.
Straddle from hands. That
You are
might
the first
indicate a
one to
round
do
of
that.
straddles, or maybe just that
That was a
hand.
very
is-
Sinan
quick,
immediately picks up a hand
first
pocket
round.
tens.
You lost
He's gonna
12
raise.
20k.
Hassan has- Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at this. Just casually calling with the 8-2 off.
Wow.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Well, these
Having
guys
already
playing 30
Told Sinan he didn't
Okay,
like playing
effective.
with them.
8 deuce. I guess you've got some sort of gutter
Kind
and
of
a
bad gutter.
heart that isn't good.
Yeah. So I guess this might look like a scary board, and
He's
sometimes
snap
people,
called.
people freeze up in these spots against action players, but you have to remember that they miss more flops than most people because
Check,
they just
check.
have so much junk in their range. He might bluff now, and then we might see another very quick bluff catch. Yeah.
He's just piling up. He's up to
Is he-
10k.
like, is-
he's up to 30.
Does he ever not bluff in this spot? Probably not.
This time I call.
You call?
Yeah, yeah. I have
Yeah.
flush.
And he calls. And easy money for Sinan right now. Just let the bluffer keep bluffing.
Sinan. Güzelim çok sağ ol ya. Seni
Hands probably just looking at him going,
Still think
you've
about
given
it.
all my
Yeah,
chips
keep it
away in
Giving
3
all my
hands.
chips to maybe the best player on the table. That isn't good.
Adam Fucker.
Brooke Hilling
Damn
says,
fuck,
hello
yeah,
everyone,
they
let's
said
enjoy
fuck.
this amazing event. This is quite the game already. Like, we're only 4 hands
Bad
in,
food.
and all of them have involved.
I
the first one involved Hassan doubling up.
I don't know.
The next 3 have involved him bluffing.
If they're going to play like this, Dara, I
Shoot,
think
yes,
we need to
shoot
order
it.
cocktails.
Ah, shoot it.
For us or for them?
For us.
Rasul, ça 4 carreaux.
I don't know if I can
1200 Adam Fucker.
commentate on strategy for this one so much as I think we need to focus on
I think we can
dynamics.
just talk about how you can almost bluff catch against the guy who's always bluffing.
Yeah.
We just keep repeating that over and over again.
Man, if he wakes up with a hand,
Dirhem,
I've loved them all.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
Please.
he will get some hands for sure. He might very well end up
Lakana.
as the player who wins the most pots. See that
Well,
here?
I just said if he wakes up with a hand, he has a hand. Joseph has a hand,
Just
the same
with
hand. You got to be looking to put more money in the pot against Hassan here.
Again, yeah, you're just not going to take Hassan's raise seriously. They could get it all in here actually. Wouldn't surprise me
Easy,
at all.
son.
I think you're right, Dara.
Yeah.
Easy, son.
I think the fives are now like, oh, what have I got myself into?
Poor Miroslav is the meat and the sandwich there.
Twice.
Yeah.
After the flop, of كيف ينطلع twice full board.
All in.
All
Yeah,
in,
pre-flop.
all,
Okay.
yeah.
2 full board.
All in,
Full
all
boards.
in, full boards.
شو عندك؟
We got
Us.
hearts
true.
and clubs
عندي
against
us كمان.
spades.
Yeah, so actually,
أصرية معك.
Joseph has
Wow.
twice as many chances.
They
now.
both
Oh,
think
two
that
full
they both
boards.
think that
Two
they
full
both
boards.
think they're delighted.
Yeah, exactly.
They're both like, yeah, I can't wait to show
Voting for
this.
disappointment now.
Wow, 2 pair long last. Ah, fuck, I have 2 pair.
Chop, chop.
Ah, good. Yalla. Another 8.
Chop it up.
Another 8.
Chops.
8. Fuck.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
hand
care. I
less
was winning the
exciting
first
than-
one. It's
than
okay. I'm okay to chop.
it seemed at first. But yeah, he's maintained his 100% VPIP. It's pretty easy to track because when somebody doesn't fold, you just know it's 100%.
You're on it.
أستمنى يعني.
Gano with ice.
عمل معي نوت.
Well, I gotta
Yeah,
say,
I know
okay, I'm gonna do
really
a,
If you have A6.
an honest moment with our viewers. I love tournament poker. I didn't want to leave the tournament because I love tournament poker and I wanted to see the
Yeah,
guys get from
you were
35.
crying over dinner. It was
I was a
very-
bit like,
It was very touching.
I love the old cash games, they're great, but like I really was
That's not
getting
what
into the
you were saying.
على
tournament.
الفلوب إذا عملت لك كل
Some creative
أنا بقول
license here on how I'm going to
لك-
retell the story.
نفس الشيء.
I was like, I'm a bit disappointed. I don't know. There was a lot of good dynamics. We were watching the guys, the characters coming in. Well, the powers that be knew better because this game is off the hook.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hassan again with a real hand. He's just going to 6x it, obviously. May as well when you're going to get action.
He might win this. Yeah, he does win this hand. See, I think himself and he's actually won the most hands.
Yeah.
He's won 2.5 hands so far.
Derek, can you check? Is he still VPIPing 100?
He's still VPing 100.
Cool,
Can
thank you.
confirm.
I will. I'll come back to you shortly.
Yeah.
That's a round.
I just want to see if he's going to actually fold a hand at any point. I mean, remember the hand
Anyway,
where
I
he
can
basically
phone him,
there's a
sit
no,
limbo.
there's a
I
straddle
put it
and a raise, and he's got a 2 off and he's in there. So it's just hard to imagine how he constructs his folding range. Victoria Savina asking how many left in the warm-up.
I would say probably just over 30 right now in
sounds-
real time.
Sounds right, yeah. I believe you can follow updates for that if you are interested on Poker News.
Hands in the mix here. Here's what
Last
I'm going to
time
ask you a
City
question,
beat
Darren. So
you,
there's a
Jackie,
player
me
like
and you
Hassan
in
at
the
the table.
tournament.
Sometimes you find tournament players. I
Where's
certainly
Jackie?
played quite a few tournament players down the years who play in this style. Completely changes how everyone else responds around them. People start limping a lot of hands because they think, well, he'll do all the raising for me.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's going to be interesting to watch here is how other people respond. Hassan now, well, he's going to have to pay 3,000 if he wants to maintain
What?
his 100% VPIP. And he does.
Yeah, of course. It's a double suited, almost connected hand.
2 live cards for Hassan here, and he's wrapped around that 6 and that other 6. Albert, it's tricky with against a guy like this who you feel like maybe you get all your money from him bluffing, so you want to have something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky one.
He goes small, 14 into 7 here, 20%er. Hassan, just gonna let one
Folds
go.
the 3 cards straight. Interesting.
Albert picks up a nice one there.
Hey Albert, j'ai oublié de mettre ma bague, ma femme va me tuer si elle sait que je joue ici. Je suis à l'ahmar.
It's in the room.
Yeah,
You can send someone.
every day I remove my jewelry.
شو معقول تعصب
I
كرمال
wake up,
هيك
I
يعني؟
didn't put my ring today. So if I say to my wife I'm paying the stream, she doesn't know.
bring me?
Where is the ring? I didn't put it.
Yes. No.
الا انه it interacts with the
By one
In the ring.
and 4 by 1.
I always wear
If I
my
put
6 by
my
1,000
watch on, I put
4 by 100.
I always wear mine, you know.
annoys me.
But some days I remove it before sleeping. I remove all my stuff and I forget.
Hassan has
to-
another
I
hand.
don't like
pocket
jewelry at
sixes,
all. I don't like.
which he's 6x as well. So he's at least he's consistent with his raises. He's going for the 6x.
Yeah, I feel like Albert's going to come with a raise here. You've got to just put money in the pot here when you've got a premium hand against Hassan. And they may well just
All in.
run it here. Yeah, there we go. Run it again.
Another,
Two full
another
balls.
all in.
Yeah.
Allez, go.
And another flip.
Us.
Albert's going to feel a little bit hard done by to be in the flip here.
2 full boards.
Very low. Very low.
Very low pairs.
Very low. Huh? Low pair.
A low pair. You win.
1 to Hassan. He's at least getting his money back.
You still win. Now I hit.
You have a queen?
Yeah.
No split.
No threes.
Chop it up.
Huh?
That's true.
So we see Miroslav there, centre shot in the baby blue hoodie. Genuine grinder story here from Miroslav. He was a 1-2-2-5 grinder.
بيوصل الليلة.
Moved up over the years, I think 8 years as a kind of
No.
travelling live cash game pro. Now finds himself in these kind of nosebleed stakes.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the attractions of cash is you can grind your way up more consistently, let's say, than tournaments. Tournament players have
I
to deal
put
with a lot
more
more
five.
variance.
5.
Suited hand for Hassan here as he straddles.
I put this hand or next hand?
Sorry, no, he doesn't. He flats there the straddle of Mehmet. Apologies, guys. Albert's probably going to raise it up again. And that he does with the Queen Jack suited. It's almost like if somebody opens and you've got Hassan behind you, it really does change how you can approach playing your hands. Hassan is going to flick in the goal here with the 9-3 of clubs. His clubs are smothered,
High roller.
which could be
Are they?
very relevant
That's dream and
in
stuff.
some scenarios.
Your first time wasn't
Not this
comfortable,
one.
right?
Yeah.
Neither player
But I
with anything,
felt-
but Albert with the betting
got away
lead.
in an hour or so.
Yeah. After
And
an hour.
Darry, you made a great point yesterday about players with loose ranges, that even though it means they can have all sorts of weird, wonderful things that maybe can spook you from time to time, they also just have way bigger percentage of junk.
Yeah.
And therefore you can kind of just bet them to death.
You can see the bet, and you can use small sizes as well because,
لا لا شالوا لي يون.
like, what can they do with their trash?
عملت ديل
After
عملت
an
ديل.
hour, you feel like it's
ما
your,
بيتقالوا لي
place.
البلايندز لإلي.
Yeah. I mean, everybody else was like coming with flip flops, like Baba does have now, like a Baba. And Andy was like sitting like pajama, I don't know, like flip flops. He's just enjoying it. But I was just the only one that cares at the first, at the beginning.
Yeah, and D-Man has been
And then you
playing
just get
this
to-
forever. Like,
No, I mean I understand. It's normal.
raise.
Well, Hassan is in the straddle this time. It's raised up by Joseph, flatted by Hans with the King-Queen suited, and Hassan's in there as well. King, Queen, sitting pretty here with top pair and a backdoor flush draw right now. Joseph is going to fire a C-bet here. He's got the ace of clubs working for him, and maybe a cheeky 9-10 as backdoor options. Hassan does have backdoors as well, but they're the uglier variety.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to flick his cards in, and then instead he flicked in the chip. So
Yeah.
You okay now?
Oh, and an action card here. 2 flush draws on board now, but Hans and Hassan have the spades. They're sharing them.
You see that your Pose is not.
Yeah. Hans has the king back up. So you can see that Hassan is actually drawing dead now.
Pace of play is relentless there. We played 10 hands in about
They're
10
super
minutes.
fast, yeah. People are not tanking or taking a long time. I think when you have an action player at the table as well, you just want to play fast because you want to play as many hands as possible against him.
Yeah.
You certainly don't want to encourage him to slow down.
You realize that you're fine and you go for it. Psychology.
But that said,
There is a spade on board this turn, guys. I know the graphic hasn't updated just yet.
yeah. But the
So-
player
7.
with nothing has bet.
Hans more than happy to get this in against either of these guys in their stacks here. Top pair, flush draw. Hassan, well, he's got a bad flush draw right now. And there's a lot of money in before him.
Not a man who likes folding though, so
He will toss in the 7. That will get rid of Joseph. And I guess if a spade comes, he's in big trouble.
he might be in big trouble anyway. We might be seeing a river shove here, irrespective of what the river is, but
There is a spade.
it is a spade.
So Hassan is about to be stacked for the remaining 8,600. No getaway here.
Flush.
Wow. Flush two.
Yeah, so Hassan put them all in. Or sorry, Hans put them all in. Hassan called and has. He doubled up first hand, and
He's just got
Yes,
it back.
Jeremy.
within an orbit, it's been redistributed around the table.
Yes, and a full starting stack given
Yeah.
back to Hans.
Yeah.
So
So literally from 0 to 0 in an orbit.
Call for chips.
rebuy.
Yeah. I guess he's calling whoever is going to bring in the chips.
Just say how much you're playing and then it's fine.
احجز شو يعني اذا حجزت؟ قول له بناخذها من
They're quite happy to obviously let him decide how much he's playing.
You want it? Huh?
Here, there, just say how much you're playing and we'll deal you in. Very accommodating, these cash game players.
Sharks and cash games are a well-oiled machine, Dara.
Yeah.
Not going to miss a trick. Joseph in the straddle this time around. Konstantinos likely to open this king 9 suited here.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty normal open anyway.
Yeah, the king.
You definitely want to open more hands.
Not 60. 407.
Yeah,
With
eight,
Hassan.
eight, eight.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I mean, do whatever you want. I don't
I
care.
straddle, okay.
Oh, 8.
Konstantinos with just the min raise. And Hassan obviously getting involved here with king 7 out of the big blind.
His chips have arrived as well, so
Joseph flops best here with the 5. Nobody has an ace.
Okay.
They call it triple.
Konstantinos into the
They
lead
call
now
it
with the
triple.
9. Maybe
This-
feeling kind of good
sorry,
about
this-
this 9
yes.
right now. Might decide to bet it. He doesn't.
yeah.
Ace rooms off, and now he knows he's
Now he
good
knows he has
pretty
the
much.
best hand, so it's just a question of
And it looks like Hassan's going to be the one betting here. No, doesn't.
no. Hassan had
check
already
it.
checked,
I'll bet.
so Joseph bets his 5. I guess. Yeah, I mean, like he has to figure his 5 is good a lot as well, but he doesn't want to face a big bet. So, and now Konstantinos.
He's
Does he raise
probably,
or does he just call?
I think he needs to pursue value because of his kicker, the king 9. Because he
Yeah.
could be up against a weaker 9.
Yeah.
And yeah, tricky one for Joseph here. Not too much more 1800 into a pot that will eventually be 73. Doesn't have to be good too often, but how often is this a bluff?
Yeah, particularly with Hassan in the pot, like, are you really going to raise with Hassan still to act as a bluff? But he gets away from it.
Great fold there.
Yeah.
Dama,
yeah. The
dama.
purpose of his hand mainly of the bet was mainly
Dama,
was
dama?
to
Dama, dama.
cut off a bluff. Once he raised,
No
once
dama,
he got
dama.
raised,
don't have
particularly with a player who's
Huh?
still.
Oh, wait.
No, if Hassan raises
don't
him, it's
have-
completely different. I'm
You
pretty
don't
sure
have
he's snapping.
queens?
Queens,
but
no.
When Constantinos raises him with Hassan still to act,
Popa, popa.
he figures he's just not going to
King,
be bluffing
king.
very often.
Well, we said in the
I have good
preview, Konstantinos, maybe more than most,
Ace 7.
under the
suited.
microscope
no.
during this
Ace
session.
no. Also no.
No dama, dama.
No, dama, dama.
Played a
No, ace.
somewhat solid
Have
Seven.
strong.
4 or 5 hours of
Queen.
poker yesterday
Very strong.
before.
Queen 7.
Very questionable final
carré.
hand. Which
No ace.
launched some fireworks.
Maybe 2 ace.
Literally right at the end, we were aghast and almost speechless. At a very bad time, Dara, because
One round
we had to
strategy.
then cut straight to us at the studio as we sort of
What's that?
stared at the
One
screen
round
thinking, what the
strategy.
hell just
New
happened
dealer.
Yeah,
at the end of the
Yes, no,
session.
no.
yeah.
Every can.
Every 30, 40, 60
Before
minutes.
I was a
can do that
professional
every
poker
new
player,
dealer.
Dara,
Every
I
two
was
you are
a
like.
Every
kitchen
two
table
dealer.
poker player with my
Every two
friends
dealer.
Dealer we do.
on the weekends. And we had one friend who used to play pretty solid for hours and hours, and then he would announce
Bertinho.
crazy time, which was basically 15 minutes before his bus was due, before the last bus came. And he would play all in pretty much every hand for those last 15 minutes, regardless of what his stack was.
Nice.
Bir Ajda bardak çay ne olur? Ajda bardak çay.
Hassan with pocket fives. He 3-bets to 3,400 here. Albert can't really fold to this man, I don't think. Question is, does he actually stick him in? And I know that sounds very strange, but I actually think that is an option here
Yeah,
with just 16 behind.
yeah, yeah. Calling and missing is.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
exactly what he's
so that's what
decided.
he's
He goes, let's
decided.
just
So
run it with you, boy.
We're gonna have another flip.
Run it 2 times.
1,
I
2.
feel like we've somehow morphed into an episode of 20k flips now.
Ah, two.
2 times.
Should go one. I'm losing. It's okay, deal.
Deal times.
Doesn't matter. Okay. I don't.
2 times. 2
Two
times.
full board.
2 times.
You have
full board,
something?
Fair.
Again, small.
So, what's the most likely outcome when they run a flip
Ace.
twice?
That they chop.
You hit?
Twice is like
You hit?
No.
He tried to stun me with that one, guys. Can you
David
believe
knows
it?
probability. It's
Still not.
incredible.
Imagine
I
I got
win,
stuck
you
with
I
that.
think he's just a
I'd have
pretty
to
face.
I'd have to hand in my pro license.
7 Hasan.
We'll host that one.
You hit?
No.
No, you can't. Yeah, you can't.
So far,
I
so
thought
good
it
for
was.
Hassan.
Now he hit. Now he hit.
You
Now.
hit?
Ah, you hit.
Yes. You have diamond?
No, no, no.
Chop it up.
Chop
This
it.
is the
Yeah.
only one.
So we all put him on 7. Could have been 5.
I mean, like,
Five
only
and seven.
5.
So 20k flips, but they're
But
running
he
it
was not
twice
so
every
happy about
time,
the
so
flop,
half the
so
time
I
it's
said
gonna
he
be
has
just
mostly
pull your chips
failed.
back.
Like 5s, he would be happy.
Says
But
I-
not, you know.
Gamble, gamble.
Gamble.
Gamble, nice gamble. Ace 10, ace queen. Gamble, ace queen. What gamble? Gamble is mean.
Gamble is 5.
So maintaining a solid
Better hand
100%.
than 5 than
VPIP.
ace 10.
San has won by far the most pots at the table,
Yeah.
and yet he's down about 40k. Oh, sorry, he's down
No.
20k.
Yeah, just 20 because he was
Yeah,
up,
because
he was
he
up
did
to
win that.
40. Yeah. Konstantinos, oh,
This is
you're
the
licking
dream.
your lips.
Oh, you look down at kings here.
Limp.
And you're like, ooh, ooh.
600.
Got the nice feeling about this one. Sands on the button with the 10-4 suited.
Hands does get involved with the 5 deuce in the big. So Konstantinos with the Django's could end up in a big one against hands on the right board. Well, he's feeling very good about life.
All hearts, and
Middle set.
none of them have a heart.
Hassan has a lot of heart there.
San has the most heart. That's betting his set, and that gets it done against the two absolutely nothings.
Almost almost an annoying sort of like, hang on, everyone else got it in for 20k
I
flips.
thought
Where's
so.
my
Yeah.
20k flip?
Where's my 20k?
The warm-up, you
against
played
the,
your final
unprepared?
table today? No. The warm-up.
I don't know. No, active is 32. For sure no.
For sure not.
For sure not.
Interestingly, a lot of these players buried in their phones right now.
Yeah.
I don't think the
No,
live stream would have
probably
gone up, so, and
they
they're
will not
typing
make
away,
final
so I
table
think there's a
today.
lot of messages being exchanged. Maybe guys
Take it.
saying,
But
I
tomorrow
think
is
I'm in a
final
fun
table,
game.
no?
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Maybe they will
it's
accept
possible
all
this game might be a
32
little
will
bit
play
too
final
too
table.
rich for some of the people. When you're
Maybe
getting into a
more hours,
20k
I
flip
don't know.
every time you're
sorry.
involved in a hand, they might be frantically getting onto their WhatsApp groups trying to sell action.
It's a great point. Well, we see there little prelude of what's to come. Albert straddled here to 400, but we have his cards revealed. He's got the Django's now. It's his turn. Hassan, Queen 3 in the
Albert, you
cutoff.
straddled?
Looks like he's just going to limp in. Joseph's maybe going to isolate
1-5.
the 8-9 suited. Maybe just limp as well. He does isolate. And wow, what a moment to look down at kings from Albert.
Yeah. So for the people asking about the warm-up, I have some news.
Albert's just flatted the 15, Dara.
Yeah.
He wants to bring Hassan in.
Yeah. Yeah. He's terrified Hassan might actually fold if he raises.
Huge flop for Joseph here. He's got up and down and the back door clubs. Albert still with the overpair. Hassan's got absolutely none of this.
Oh, sorry.
Joseph,
What's this?
mandatory continue.
Backup?
No, he doesn't, but he spikes the 5!
No.
I thought he would continue there. I thought that was one of his better boards without making a pair.
Yeah.
But again, maybe fearful of Hassan. Actually, that's what's going on. He's changing the dynamic here.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joseph with the stone cold nuts now. More than happy to tickle a little 1500 into this 5k pot. Albert probably can't go for a raise here, given that the board is so wet. He does go for a raise though, maybe just trying to take control of this a little bit. Bad moment to do so. He's clearly played it like a trap, but he's almost ended up trapping himself a little. Joseph
Joint
now trying to
dead here.
figure out if he needs to 3-bet here or does he need to just call. He might be thinking he's up against a set and should go for the 3-bet.
Yeah. The board pairs on the river.
He can upgrade to a flush, but I don't think he really wants to, just in case Albert does have a bigger flush. I'm kind of happy with the nuts as it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the nuts is better than the 6 nuts.
Oh, well, he is left with the 6 nuts.
Yeah.
Albert won't like that card. It's probably a bit of an action killer.
Yeah.
4-liner. Clubs. Albert checking, does he have a club? Does not. Maybe goes for an ultra small blocker, try to just put a hand like Ace Jack in an awkward spot.
Yeah.
The alternative is checking it over and then really playing a bit of a guessing game.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. See the size here. He's going for a pretty big size actually.
Okay, so he's
It's not a blocker.
well, we know with the nuts this would have all gone in. I think it's all going to go in anyway. There's only another 7k behind.
Yeah, I think he's created a situation now where he knows if he gets raised, he can't really be up against a bluff, but and yeah,
Snap fold.
snap folds.
A fold faster than our cameraman could detect it.
Yeah, yeah, he bet an
Depends on
amount
you if
which
you
made it almost impossible for his opponent to bluff. So once his opponent did shove, he knew he was up against a stronger hand. Yeah, so for people asking about the warm-up, there are 31 players
J'aurais jamais mis
left
là-dessus, hein.
Excellent.
and the latest busted is actually a man who we had a lot of time for on the feature table, Narman Yagme.
Oh no, he
Busted.
had done so well to survive and then got that
Left.
important ace, queen, king, queen.
Yeah, and Andreas Christoforou is also gone,
Here, thank you.
Okay.
and Fausto Tatillo.
Oh, Fausto Tatillo, yes, I remember him from previous streams.
Yeah. So 31 remaining, and they're playing the last level of today.
Thank you very much.
Hassan 7-2 suited. Why not? No straddles on anymore. Four ways. Limp pot. Nobody has anything. Hassan, equity favourite here with the flush draw. I think this is the kind of spot where they let him have one.
Baby, I'm playing a game. I cannot call you now. Hi, alright. I love you so much. Have a good night, baby. Bisous, bisous. On se parle demain, okay?
Oh, that's a very sweet voicemail message to his partner.
Yeah.
It's a nice moment.
David's cheering up here.
That's like a. Just didn't. I knew it was an action movie. This I didn't know it was a action rom.
Yeah. Miroslav picks up ace queen under the gun, which is a monster in this. Yeah, so the king 5 obviously just going to call.
I think this seat is the worst for the dealer,
nowhere.
right? This one.
To reach.
Other players are getting involved
ring
now.
of
Every time I
glimpse.
have
The table is huge.
Yeah. The old 5-3
is really
is
good.
definitely when you've got position on the action player.
Our graphics are struggling now, trying to fit all these hands in.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we can only stack 6, so if we have a 7-way pot we could have trouble. Look at this, the 5-3 is open ender.
5-4's got bottom pair.
We're desperately trying to work out what everybody has now.
Konstantinos got the
has middle
A6.
pair.
He's flying.
Yeah.
He's folded.
Yeah.
Hands wins
Open.
with the 5-3.
It wins with the 5-3.
Open, open, open.
This is the worst hand one.
The worst hand, but yeah.
3.
Open.
The second not low one.
Yeah.
Should be-
He won a 6-way pot with the second not low. That's impressive.
It is impressive when people had pieces too. Mehmet going to kick things off now with the raise. As well he might with Queen 10 suited. Hassan just calls with the Ace Jack. Brings in Sinan, Albert. Both set mining. Miroslav, why not? 5 ways.
Bravo,
This
Mehmet.
one's only 5-way, okay. So
Heads up.
Respect.
last one was 6.
One
Has a
hand you
much
play,
more reasonable
everybody.
collection of hands
Actually,
too.
these are all reasonable hands, yeah. We don't have the
No
5-3
respect.
outfit there.
Yok respect.
Mehmet with the betting lead. Not that it matters a huge amount in a 5-way affair. He does have all the back doors now. Miroslav, however, leaps. Oh, I was about to say leaps into lead with his King 10, but I hadn't worked my eye line all the way down to Albert, who's sitting there with middle
It's hard.
set.
It's hard to process when there's 5 hands
Yeah,
involved.
I looked at the Miroslav King 10. I went, well, he's doing really well. And I saw 2%, and I went, oh, must be someone else.
Yeah, just look at the percentages, Dave. Pick out the big one and go from there.
Albert getting Miroslav to do his dirty work here. Mehmet with a good shot. Will he choose to ping one off here? I doubt it. Multi-way. Albert probably going to do some raising here on this card. Don't really want to play possum any longer. Want to get some serious change into this pot. Bump this one up to about 6k, I think, maybe more. It's going to be some club draws. He wants to charge. Going to be some reasonable kings that would have checked the flop and now want to put some chips in on the turn. No, he does go for the... Oh, Dara, Albert being very sneaky here.
Yeah.
And a bad card for Albert in a way. You know, clubs get there. That's going to slow down the action. Bit of an action killer. River. I don't know. I might have gone for the raise if I was Albert. Not saying it would have worked against specifically King 10 here, but just on balance. Well, despite the fact that the board has straightened somewhat and the flush backdoor is now on board, I think Albert's going to go for some of his own value. Going to target some King X, maybe some small two pairs, maybe a kind of a 4 deuce, 4-5. May have checked here, going for a check call. $4,400 into 63. A fine bet.
Yeah.
Tough for Miroslav, doesn't beat any value now. Purely a bluff catcher and not a particularly good one.
Yeah, good discipline pool there.
Lucky river for you. Lucky river for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Albert. Recognizing there that the river cost him money.
King 10. Lucky river. Lucky river for you.
Maybe.
Hmm?
You can set.
Miroslav saying you had a set.
9-9.
San splits his range pre-flop pretty much between limp and 6x.
Indeed he does.
No club
Still
river,
rocking the
bye-bye.
100%er, Dara.
Yeah, I was only don't want club.
After 18 hands, that is impressive in and of itself.
Yeah,
I'm
can't remember anybody ever V-pipping 100% in anything I ever commentated on, unless they bust first hand, obviously. But over this large of a sample,
Joseph Rivers 2 pair.
You needed to send yours.
Will probably pursue
For the
value.
dinner of tomorrow.
A casual toss in of just 200. Miroslav can't resist.
2 pair. I was honest, I was not lying.
So it's sent to
Miroslav is not amused.
Albert, Miro just paid our dinner for tomorrow.
What?
Miro just paid our dinner for tomorrow.
He finds the needle, having taken the
Say
200
thank you
bucks.
to Miro.
He's bought you dinner for tomorrow.
Or you go special dinner.
Today no chips for you to eat.
Ah. Every time when you are on my table, I win. Every time. You know.
I mean, we don't pay the food here, but whatever, it was a joke. Like.
Maybe you're drinking outside.
yeah, they're debating the merits of the joke.
No, I only bring my wife outside.
5.
He's pretty, but not my style.
17.
Albert with an ill-timed
17.
3-bet here with the ace-2 suited.
5, 17.
Sinan licking his lips here, playing 50k. Hassan calls. Oh my god, what a dream spot for Sinan. Obviously has to put more chips into this pot here when Hassan may call quite a lot more.
Just isolate the...
Yes, too long.
Is he going to go maybe 7k? Will that keep Hassan involved? I know you don't want to go too small and too risky against Albert, but on the flip side you would like Hassan in there with just maybe 8 or 9k left behind, which can help you with your flop action, perhaps.
Yeah.
I think I would be a little braver and go a little bit smaller than usual here
Yeah,
with my 4-bet.
I agree. Yeah.
Goes for 8. Well, pretty close to the 7 we advocated. And Albert pretty much outmaneuvered now with his ace-2 suited, I think. Can he call Dara? Obviously Hassan there behind. Could be a little pesky.
Start with?
How deep are they
30.
against each other?
Yeah, man.
The relevant question here, and that's what Albert's looking for, is it like if Hassan shoves behind, is it closed for Sinan or is it open?
Yeah. Well, Sinan only has 42k, so
45
I'm
more.
not sure we can call here.
No.
Albert has way more than that, but
He's just very cognizant
Yes,
clearly
yeah,
of
42 more,
Hassan
40.
being in the mix.
yeah,
But he doesn't have a hand that wants to be putting this kind of chips in
no,
anyway.
no.
Well,
But then
as it
part of
happens,
it
he
might
is
think
dominating the 4-2.
Part
But
of it might think Sinan is actually just making a move here, trying to isolate Hassan, because Hassan is actually very straightforward after the flop. He doesn't really do anything too strange.
do you think he might go for it here? It's the kind of hand you could.
Yeah, I think he gave it some consideration, but in the end he let it go.
Hassan does make the call,
Yeah, for
100% maintained.
Half of his stack. He's got 9k behind. Stack to pot ratio is 0.5. Flops absolutely nothing.
Pick.
How do we get the rest now?
We bet 1k.
Or do we just check? Yeah, he's gone. You want to go small here. He's gone 2200. I guess he figures that's the amount that anything. What? What's
Well,
happening here, James?
He's got a 4 of clubs in his hand.
Well, he's wrapped around, I guess.
Check.
Sinan is now just thinking, okay, how do I get the rest of those chips?
Now I put in another 2.5k.
And he immediately snap folded.
And put it in. Boring. I guess the board was getting a bit more coordinated.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I
4-2
hit?
was still the nut low.
I think as.
As papas.
As.
Papas.
Bet. You can bet. You can see
Sinan
later.
You want to
Yeah.
bet it?
mounting a tower
Even if he
there.
doesn't say, we're gonna see. We're gonna know.
Of course, you're that smart.
So what? 1,000 something. How much he made it? 7,000.
8,000. You want to bet it or no?
I say as papas.
No, I say
Now I think how much he raised. Now I think more as papas.
I think Albert might have successfully called.
this is
Sinan's
Sinan
hand there
Habib's
as
balance.
aces.
We would be surprised. Maybe ace 5 hearts. We would be surprised.
I don't think it was. It didn't feel like ace 5 of hearts. Almost Sinan, you were gonna get. I was like that close.
Huh?
I was that close.
Put?
Son's got the 9-4 off,
I will
so
say thank
yeah,
you.
Ah.
obviously
I will
calling.
thank you.
Again, another chance that you missed to be 50k richer.
Yeah.
I'll bet on ace king. Who wanted aces?
Relatively small pot here, 1600
I mean,
in the middle. Queen,
Yeah,
9,
but so
7
many-
rainbow.
3 more chance to have ace king.
Son
9
has a
for
pair.
Mehmet.
Son
9
has a
for Hassan.
pair.
You guys are fun.
Miroslav has two
Okay,
overs
give
to
me
that
hot
pair
three
and a
to
gut
one, and then
shot,
it's
and Mehmet has better pair with the better kicker, or same pair, better kicker.
Hassan just 5k behind now. Almost 5k in the middle.
Oh, they're both gonna love their 9 now.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of chops.
Yeah, this is a lot of chops, as you said. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this will chop a little under half the time.
If you don't have an ace, then you give me 3 to 1, it's fair.
Maybe around half the time.
Give me 6 to 1. What? It's 2 aces and 3 kings.
Two.
He can have the last 3 kings.
We're gonna run it twice.
Oh, look at that, half the time exactly there. Almost nailed it. Go me. Chop it up. How often was that one going to end in a chop there?
Yeah, because you know there is a king on the flop.
Yes. You guys really need to go back to math classes.
We need leave you for that.
We need
I
the
miss these
problems.
problems.
I love how he randomly sends the problem. Was another ace? Really? Oh fuck! I should have bet it.
You're dead.
I should have.
Get aces? I told you, we get aces. But doesn't matter, I will do the same ace king off.
You call off with
I call off my life,
with
deducting
ace
my
king, with
house.
ace king.
Yes, of course I call.
On this board, man, if he calls and you're that deep with aces, you're not happy, huh?
We will find a solution. Albert, today is not the day I fold versus you.
Today you decided to.
I go toilet with this.
You did the strategy.
When we get to river, close your eyes.
So Mehmet from the cutoff here with the Queen of Spades and an unknown card right now at least. Hassan has flatted in position with the King 2 of Diamonds. Playing 7k here. Not a good board for the King 2 of Diamonds. Mehmet with the betting lead.
There was this
And
king.
at
We
the
were
very
like 9 on
least,
the table.
middle pair.
Last 2 tricks, you remember? And nobody had the answer to have the exact same combo twice in a row. You remember?
Now he's gonna bet.
Nobody knew on the North Phobia.
I said.
Nobody knew.
I said it.
Then I said to the group, many guys had it
Son
wrong.
gets
And
out
I
of the
asked
way.
my wife, and she directly told me. Now she's studying mathematics. She knows.
I said also.
But none of us could know what's the probability of having, let's say, ace king diamond twice in a row. I know. I mean, you find a solution after that. You are not right in the first thing.
I said.
Do you drink the Turkish mint tea there? It's a good beverage.
Yeah, no, I've never had it.
Very nice.
How many combos are there? That's the question.
As we zoom out to the wide shot, just to almost take a breather and reflect on what we've seen there. It's sort of like, it almost becomes like carnage fatigue. It's like watching, like you watch a car, you know, crash or something video and you think, oh my God, that's very exciting, watching Formula One and the cars driving around the track fat. And then at a certain point you're kind of like, oh God, there's the brutality of this.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen too much brutality in the last few hands. I have
That's
to
true,
admit.
that's
It
true.
started incredibly with Hassan literally doubling up first hand and yet going bust in the first orbit, pretty much. But since then, it's been a little bit more sedate. There've been more multi-way pots. The best hand, or at least the prettiest hand on the flop, has usually won. We've seen a few all-ins, but they've all been chopped up.
Yeah, it makes you wonder whether there's another gear to this one. You know, Hassan obviously has allowed himself to get shorter now, so
don't
not
think
topping
Bulgaria
up,
is
not
richer
playing
than Lebanon?
deeper. Maybe
Of
he
course
will be happy
Bulgaria
to
is
fire
richer
off
than
20k bullets over and over if he does happen to lose
Yeah,
the remaining
Albert, on
5k in the
paper,
stack
yes,
now.
but out of the paper.
It's just interesting to know, like while he's there, it's a different game, and if he leaves, I think we have a completely different reset dynamic.
Absolutely, yeah. No, he is changing the dynamic pre-flop. That's why we're seeing all these multi-way pots. He's an interesting type of maniac because he's playing. He has literally VPIP'd 100 pre-flop, but post-flop he's really not doing too much if he doesn't hit.
Yeah, 22 hands now, and he has seen every single flop. Not an exaggeration.
How many players?
3.
Albert, top of the pops here with the king 9. Mehmet, a whole lot of nothing, and Hassan problematically with middle pair, which in his mind is enough to go with it here, 5,700.
6,000.
Yeah.
Not a thought here from Albert really about calling it off here. He knows how wide Hassan can be. Question for him is Mehmet behind, obviously playing 60k deep with them. It's a little more tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's lots of benefits. Also animals, but also
I think we're probably going to run the turn and river
climate
twice.
or,
Have a pair?
Huh?
You have a
health
pair?
reasons.
Yeah. I have a king.
Not really. There's everything.
5 outs,
There's everything.
twice,
in,
twice.
things from
Oh! And that's
you?
one.
Really?
That's you.
Pocket 7. Pocket 7s?
Chop it up.
That's an interesting face he pulled there. That's the face of a man who's thinking one thing but trying to change that thought to interesting hand.
That's
got
you.
lucky,
Yep.
Albert.
Really?
Yeah.
Sevens?
52-48
Oh no,
for
7-4
Hassan.
off, of course.
I'm always lucky.
Like في واحد بلبنان every time they are Olini say 52-48 no matter the situation. مين جاك تربية هذا 52-48
Wasn't Jack, it was
was Jack or was Jack
Khalil Tawil.
Khalil?
Yes.
Round or carpet?
I don't know.
Round?
Yes.
No, it's not.
How you treated? Not tilted. I'm fun. I'm joking. He's hunting for a struggle. He's hunting for a struggle.
Anyway, it's the round night. She's a new dealer.
I don't know.
She's not.
That new dealer straddle, no?
Okay, Miro starts.
We said every 2 days.
Was it a, oh.
Okay, Miro starts. Miro starts.
Sand, yeah, no problem.
No problemo.
Hassan with the real hand here. He's going to limp it in. I actually like that he's deciding to limp the strong one here. So should someone try and isolate him, he's more than happy to go with it. Hans is going to be that man. All in indeed, and snap call by Hans. Run it twice for 15k here. That's definitely Hans, unless there's some runner filthiness.
Yeah.
And we're
Imagine that-
funking for
That's me and
an ace or a queen now
Yeah.
to keep Hassan in this game.
Imagine he says, "That's me and
Not good.
All you.
And the irony of Hassan with probably his best holding, this one being the one that
All you.
means he meets his maker.
Baby.
But it looks like he's going nowhere. There will be a rebuy, another 20k.
I'll spin it.
JM.
You straddle, right?
Play 5 more.
Yes.
Huh? Okay, okay. I start.
Straddle is on.
5.
Finally, this game can get out of the muck.
Yeah, finally. Look, this should instigate a bit of action now.
Yeah.
One 5.
How much are you playing?
20.
That's starting. No good.
I give him 2,000.
Yeah, but it's not 20.
They're rushing to sell limit chips. They definitely want to keep
Hello.
them in the game.
You give him 14.
So,
Okay, give him 6 more.
Poker players are just so
I
sound
gave
like
2, I
that.
took back.
الحل عني هلا خسران.
Yeah, it's 20 now.
20.
How much? 1-5?
Thanks again to everyone tuning in. My name is David Lappin.
How much?
I'm alongside
1-5?
Dara O'Carney for the ride. So we take you through
Yes.
what I'm going to guess is another 2.5 to 3 hours of cash game action here at the Merit Retro Series. Alongside this high stakes cash game, we have the not so small matter of day 3 of the warm up. Dara is keeping tabs on that one first. I know the high roller has just kicked off as well.
Yeah, in the warm up they're now down to 30. They're playing the last level of the night.
I know. My divider. I'm fish.
The profit of Okay, then you take your decision.
Albert now looking to pursue value with this 10.
No, you then. Don't tell me you do that.
Okay.
I can double the straddle.
Because everybody has a hell in the line.
Okay.
Everybody in the line. Can we do double straddle or no? You need to read it.
Is it tail?
If you are tuning in, we would very much appreciate you mash that like button. Also, give Merit Poker a little subscribe there. We're going to have streams across the next 8 or 9 days. We have a main event at the end of proceedings. There's also a high roller right after this warm-up final table tomorrow. So if you want notifications of what's going on when, I wouldn't be surprised if there was another high stakes cash game at some point as well.
I'm gonna take the lowest value.
Do hit subscribe. That will generate some notifications to your phone, to your email, or wherever you want them to go, letting you know when the streams begin. Hassan, I was about to say about to surrender his 100% VPIP, but no, he's not. 7-2 off suit. He's in there.
I check first.
Not a whole lot going on the Ace King 5. Lets it go. And another one goes Albert's way. So, yeah, this 100% VPIP approach is, even as an experiment, guys, because I know there's people out there who sort of think, oh, well, you know, what's the right percent of VPIP? People think, oh, 20, maybe 25. Oh, in some games you go tighter, in some games you might go looser. If you do experiment with 100, it can certainly kind of create an interesting situation, but I'm not sure a favourable one.
Yeah, Derek Hall just tweeted in response to my tweet. He's having a great time. Beer and poker is a superb combination.
This game better. What is it?
Calvin, who we both know, Calvin,
course.
what's the second name?
I mean, everybody.
Anderson, Calvin Anderson, told me that at different
They
times
make
in his
me
career
play
he,
with Blast
he experimented with the 100% VPIP,
Some
just to try and like see how you had to play when you were playing that style, and he found it a good learning experience.
What's that, the second table or the third table?
I have known guys who've done that online as well, just to see how how you play a super wide range in every spot, how you play. Get yourself into lots and lots of tricky situations, and then when you go back to playing a more normal style, let's say, 40% VPIP is super loose, but if you've learned how to play 100% VPIP optimally, you're going to find 40% to dawdle.
You play the main table?
Indeed.
He said I seem to remember the only exception he made was that if there had already been a cold 4-bet before it got to him, he didn't have to VPIP.
Or maybe a jam.
Or a jam, yeah, correct.
Yeah, you would have to insist on 1 or 2 caveats, although no caveats necessary for this man Hassan. He has VPIP'd 100 over a 26-hand sample now. He's got the best hand this time. Doesn't know it though with bottom pair. Joseph looks like he's going to take a stab here. Gets looked up and, well, maybe not the right customer to bluff again. Might need to make his hand here with the 10 ball. He's going to continue, Joseph. Pairs the 9. Very hard to range, Hassan. Could have a missed draw.
Body language is fascinating. He acts so fast at the table, and almost disinterested, looking at his phone while he waits for his opponent to make his decision. No staring at him to try and get a read.
Sure, I would try to bluff Hassan here. Might work, but I'm not sure I would do it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the 8 is the one hand he might fold here.
Double pair.
Ship it. Hassan up to 22k on this bullet.
Yeah, he benefited there very much from the don't bluff the action player.
Are we allowed to have massage here?
Interesting to see what he would have done against a reasonably large bet there. I'm not sure, to be honest.
I'm not sure he was sure either. I think he was just know, we saw a hand earlier
Ahora
where he
número.
went to flick his cards in and instead he
Just
flicked
ask
them
Jeremy.
Ahora
chips.
casi
So
número.
Just ask
Ahora casi
Jeremy.
πολλά.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
randomized.
He went for a moment.
You quit normal cigarette?
No, I smoke. But now because on table, cannot smoke weed.
You had another watch, yeah?
Folded all the way around to Miroslav now on the button, who lets go the ace deuce. Mehmet lets go as well. Hassan playing big blind versus straddle here is going to make a very nice sizing, actually, 3.5x. Takes it down, 2 in a row. Hassan up to 23k now. Upswinging.
Race.
Sinan with pocket jacks here. Albert right behind with the ace queen.
yeah, and when you've got the action bearer behind, that's really driving all the action.
Looks like he is going to make a raise here to 3,400.
Yeah, you know the players have wider ranges, and
Hassan
suddenly
with the
a hand like
jacks
ace
4
queen is
now.
much bigger.
Lets it go.
Oh wow!
Mark it down, Dara.
We've just seen the first fold.
28 hands in. So V-pipping now at a rather pathetic 96.
He folded the Robbie. Was it the Robbie there?
Was the Robbie, I think, yeah.
What used to be called the flat tire.
Nice.
I think they're both kind of disappointed that it's heads up.
Yeah, Sinan obviously going to at least call here. Question is, does he decide to 4-bet? Just flick in the call. I like that. I think this is proceeding as you would expect so far.
50-ish?
I think so, yes.
Sinan underselling his stack slightly there. He's got more like 60.
Right.
But I guess we're in just the realm of gorilla math at this point. 7,700 in the middle. Albert has obviously flopped very, very well here with the ace queen.
Yeah.
Likely to pursue value. Given how deep they are, Dara, does he go very small or might he actually go a little bigger?
I think on this board he can go very small. There's really no draws there.
So roughly a quarter pot.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sinan cannot go anywhere with
No.
one overcard, particularly the queen overcard. The,
queen
ace
is
and
the
king
least-
would have been the more worrisome
Yeah,
ones.
the queen is the least scary overcard by far. So,
Yeah.
and the size is so small as well.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Albert, once the call comes in here, will size up on the turn, look to really put hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks in a tough spot,
Yeah,
especially on that card.
yeah. The 6 again is effectively a blank under the gun against under the gun +1.
And I think Sinan may have to call one more time.
Yeah, can't be too worried here about the queen.
Is this ever an overbet spot here, Tara? Or do you just want to go sort of 75% and keep your customer
Yeah,
in a lot of
I
worlds?
think it's
Can
fair
you
to say
call
cash
for
games at the stack
Christina
that they're not
Narcissus?
our forte.
You know, the dream spot for Albert here is obviously that he's up against a hand like jacks, or maybe king queen makes a lot of sense too. Those kind of hands might pay him off for a bit along the
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, he goes for a fairly chunky size here.
Oh, a quick fold from Sinan. Credit to him for that.
Yeah, well, he's really only beating Ace King, and Ace King might just check back after having called. So
Yeah, good point. I think the dynamic there with Hassan about means that the 3-bets are probably going to be a lot more honest from these guys.
Yeah.
Makes sense. That like any sort of ace-5 suited 3-bet that might be in his range normally might just get removed
Yeah.
with that dynamic behind. Yeah. Well worked out, Dara. So a good session so far for Albert. He's building quite the castle in front of him. In a frustrating session last night. Hassan now with a real hand, Dara. Pocket queens here, Mehmet.
Yeah, he should obviously get action. When you're the action player, you should get action when you have a big hand.
So Mehmet just limped in with the pocket 5s.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere.
Big raise. But, you know, you can try and flop a set.
This is an interesting board here against a player who will raise so wide. Thought Hassan might come with, wow, check. Wait, it's check down?
Yeah,
in rapid speed check down there. Like,
yeah, no, Hassan, this is what he does. He just kind of like wants to get to the river and see if he's the best hand a lot. He likes to see flops and he wants to see, and if he hits anything. But if there's anything even remotely scary on the board, he's like, okay, well, I'm not going to bet. I'll just try and win.
getting needled a little for
His
his
neighbor
lack
asked
of
him
value bet.
about the decision, and he was like, no, it's like, well, there was a king there, so. We all have our own playing style, and I think he just likes playing a lot of hands and winning a lot of pots. He's won more pots than any other player at the table.
Miroslav going to just limp in here with the ace king, playing possum, hoping Hassan does his dirty work for him. He doesn't. He limps in as well, as he's just as likely to do, really, given what we've seen. Joseph may decide to isolate here on the button, or may decide to limp along. Goes for the former action. That should clear out Albert. Miroslav back raising will look pretty strong here. It'll look kind of like what it is, which is that he limped to try and get Hassan involved and then look to pounce on the pre-flop aggressor in position. I imagine this could be quite a big raise as well, something like 6 or 7. Wow, he's just gone for 21-8.
4-bet, I fold.
All in hoping that Hassan might just show a moment of YOLO.
Bravo, Castore, yes. More chips to eat tonight, bravo.
He picked up 3K there.
He did pick up 3K. I guess there was a chance he was getting called by worse hands sometimes. Particularly with Hassan about.
9-9 is good.
But the lads are needling him a little bit for his lack of subtlety.
Yeah.
Miro for sure has like king, queen, or
crowd, right?
something.
You think so?
I can bet if you want. If it is 9-9, I pay you 500. If it is king, queen, you pay me 300. Or queen, jack, something like this.
I will bet on jacks.
Jacks?
Yeah. I take jacks.
I think we are way too optimists compared to Sinan.
Guys,
He gave him maximum king queen of suit.
There's zero chance he has king queen.
Of course, zero chance he has king queen.
and
I have king queen.
and minus 100% is jacks.
Okay, let's bet it.
Okay.
I take jacks, you take king queen.
Okay.
How much?
They're all
500
wrong.
each.
Okay, but if it's something
Hassan's
else,
folded
then
second
void.
hand.
Right?
Okay, something else is
Yeah, but you gotta give me
A
odds.
moment's silence
It-
for this game.
What?
again we are the same.
What are you
Folded the
talking
7
about?
deuce off.
You have more than
Now the
twice
players
his-
immediately have to
your
readjust
combo.
their mind to like, okay,
Are
now
you
we're
saying
playing a normal
offsuit?
game. What's going on here?
Hands just going to call here with the
Still,
eights.
you have
Yeah,
double me. So you give me 2 to 1. So
Constantinos.
my 500 to your 1000.
But you need
Sinan
to
in there
add-
with the 10-9 suited.
It's very easy to show
Albert
It's hard
Getting
to
a bit of a
fish out king
discount
queen.
here in the big blind. Going to let it go,
Need
and
to add the odds.
Konstantinos not sticking
It's
around
hard to
either.
fish out
So
king queen than
fair
jack.
fight three-way here.
Yeah,
Everyone's
my
got
500 to
pretty good
800.
equity.
Yeah,
5 to 5 if you are a man.
they're all in 30s.
That's your way of hustling? Fine, fuck you. Miros, what you
What
have?
do you have, man?
If you say
You
you
have to just okay.
Miro's like, the whole point of this was to get me to
What
tell
we
my
got?
hand that I ain't
Yeah,
doing it,
yeah,
lads.
I'm not falling for that.
like if you have tens or unpaired hand, maybe ace. Okay, I'll take ace queen then. No, I take ace king. I take ace king. Pick another one. How they give me 5? Why you say like this? Give me
Oh,
5.
come
I
on,
wanted
we
him to pick a hand.
No, we say we bet once, we draw.
Yeah, but hand strength, I was closer.
No.
That's why I asked which is closer, hand strength or
Yeah, hand strength.
Hands is
Miro, who is
throwing out a
closer,
pro
my
bet
man
here,
or
trying to
king
figure
queen?
out if his eights are good.
depends of what again.
Mehmet.
Ace king. I had ace king, but
Good
which is
fold.
closer, king
Yeah.
queen or?
Oh, yeah,
Ace of clubs
king.
in his hand, I thought would induce some.
So I'm way closer.
Continues
Of
there,
course.
but-
Nines is a very strong hand compared to king queen offsuit. So I win the bet.
But if you compare two cards, king queen is closer. Correct?
Anyway, let's go over with it.
No chai for me?
If you compare to what, he said? If you compare to what?
I mean, they are looking closer. Big two cards. You want service? Canım bakar mısın?
Chai is for me. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Aggressive
Hands
raise.
Drops the hammer here in the cutoff
Right.
with king 8 suited
Recep.
after a couple of limps.
Service.
Konstantinos wondering if this is a light one. Maybe he will use what is a fairly nitty image tonight, although he obviously is no nit.
No.
And
Ben de
Hassan
şey,
does make the call with a dominating holding. Hands with the betting lead though, and likely to fire that board. No, just deciding maybe king high is good. Delayed c-bet instead.
As I said, like Hassan plays relatively straightforward after the flop. It's just he likes to see flops.
I like to guess hands every time. Okay, the winner should show one card.
No.
Why no? We will see it later, both ways.
Look 30 minutes later on the stream.
No, it's more fun.
20.
On the spot to
20?
show one card.
What they say 20?
The delay is 20.
Let's show one card, guys. The winner.
I'm okay.
Was that stand-up game?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Konstantinos means
Seven
this
is
one
good.
instead of
It's
game.
okay.
No,
Had enough
Why
of that
not?
last night.
objection.
Why not?
I just hate that game.
No, no.
So let's play the button game.
Yes.
You guys play 7 deuce.
Button game
No,
is
no,
a good
button
idea.
game. Put money on the button.
I like this idea.
Let's play the hold'em game.
So button
We have
game,
that
as
one
far as I
already.
remember, is that every time the button comes round, you put money on it,
Call.
and then
Let's
if you
play
win
one round PLO
the
bump
hand where you're on the button,
Let's
you get to
fucking
take the
shut
pot.
up. And play.
Hassan, tell them.
Okay.
PLO bump up. Tell them. The best game.
Me?
6 ways on the
Yeah.
Jack 7-3 here.
We still haven't tested our graphics team to
Seven
see if they
point
can
seven?
handle a 7-way pot.
6.
Looks
Yeah.
like Jack 6 is going to win for hands.
I bet it's 6-5 offsuit.
I thought the same exactly. I knew 100% is not 6-5 suited.
I think Jack 6.
Huh?
Jack 6.
He raises 6
Maybe Jack 6.
offsuit.
Hassan. Just sort of lacking a bit of pep in his step now.
Yeah, he's on his phone a lot, and he doesn't seem
For me.
too interested in doing anything other than seeing if he has the best hand at the river.
Albert with the pocket aces here. Hassan, he does have Queen Jack, so he's keen to get involved here. He's actually going to 3-bet. Wow, his timing couldn't be worse.
3-bet. That's a promising sign. Unfortunately, he's running into aces,
Tens.
but
Massage.
what a spot to have aces.
Yeah, you got to put in a little clicky one to 5 or 6 here. Yeah, 6 is the
Clears out the
amount
fours.
chosen.
Don't think it'll be clearing out the Queen Jack somehow.
Hassan snap calls.
Yeah.
Stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to
Here's
1,
Queen.
and
This is all going in.
yep. Does he put it in himself? Does he go for the check raise? Does he check call? He's thinking about just putting it in himself, I think. No, it does check while lining up the chips for a call. Albert, similar to previous hands, he's going to just go 3k, small bet, inducer. Hassan, I assume, going with this.
Yes. Yes, that was very, very predictable.
Let's run it twice, dealer.
Well, he has equity. He still has a surprising amount of equity, 21%, given his Queen, his Jack, or his backdoors.
Okay, two. You strong?
Wait, what you want? 1 or 2?
Two.
Oh, 2. I have aces.
9.
Ace.
9 working for him now.
Ben de 4-4 var.
Ace.
Canını alıyorum biliyor musun? 2000 yaptı inanılmaz ya.
Bulduk ya 2000 yaptı.
Aynen inanılmaz ya.
Okay, some
Ace,
potential on that card.
Ace, oh
Yeah.
good for me.
No.
Albert.
And
okay,
another
four.
stacking of Hassan.
Yes.
Third time. Albert, I think, got the chips 2 of those times, hands the other. And going to find out now whether there is another 20k bullet in the gun.
Sorry.
Hasan.
Not sure if Hassan is rebuying yet. Almost feels as though the dealer is intentionally doing a slow scramble here to
Yeah.
Relax.
help figure that one out. Nice subtlety from the dealer if that is the case. That's kind of like just an understanding of game flow and what's happened.
Yeah.
For the blind.
Give the player an extra few minutes
Yeah,
now.
he's pulling in chips.
Hassan, how much you ask? No, he asked.
So Hassan in for 80 now.
4-0.
I assume that's a 20k bullet again.
200 ante. 200 more.
And Konstantinos now with the pocket 8. He's going to 3.5x. No straddle, I should say, in play. Hassan snapped 3 bets with his new stack. And we're going to fly blind, Dara. That'll be fun.
It'll be fun.
Konstantinos
Up against.
decides just to flat and not stick it in here,
Random
given what we've
hand.
seen before. I fancy Hassan to win this one.
Yeah, 40 is for
Yeah,
him.
so do I. What are we doing with pocket 8s here?
I'm not sure, but Hassan has definitely checked.
Yes, Hassan has checked. So he decides to check. Obviously, given it's his hand, he's not folding an ace, a queen, or a jack. So
Yeah, and he's shown a propensity to sort of check down strong hands. So maybe it's pocket kings. I'm going to go with pocket kings there.
I think
To
Hassan's
Danny. 40. He said 40.
Nothing.
Yes.
nothing. We didn't get to see his nothing either.
her? Did you miss her?
Some, yes.
No, her. You always tell me she's the best masseuse you ever had in the poker table.
I say?
Yeah, anytime.
Here?
Straddle's back on. Hands posting here. Albert's going to get jiggy with the 6-3 suited. He's going to run into the Django's of Konstantinos
Yeah.
right behind here.
Albert's playing over 200k now.
Yeah, wow, he has picked I think he started the session with 160, 170.
Yeah.
That's a very handsome hour's work.
Yeah. He left himself room to get stacked a few times by Hassan. Said it's gone the other way.
How much?
Konstantinos and Albert playing very deep. I wonder if Albert might actually take a flop here.
Yeah, this deep you can probably make some sort of justification.
Hassan's in there with 9-4 suited too, so I think that will definitely bring him in.
Yeah, yeah.
Konstantinos now probably just generally.
They're saying Hassan has 33k, so did he buy him back in for 40?
He must have.
Wow.
Top pair for Hassan.
Open ender for
Open ender for
Albert.
Albert. And pretty much the most disgusting board you could ever see if you're man sitting with pocket kings.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 10-9-8 might be worse, but only marginally.
Albert's going to take a little stab here, it looks like.
Aidan Quinlan says Joey Knish in the house. The resemblance is uncanny.
Yeah. That was it. Joey Knish was the
That
player.
was our, yeah, we said Worm, but actually Worm was the.
It was Knish.
Yeah,
Because Knish
it wasn't Matt Damon.
hired
it
him
was
to
the other-
drive the trucks.
Joey Knish, yeah, that was right.
John Turturro. Good shout though. Well done, Aidan Quinlan.
Yeah.
That was our call from last night.
Yeah.
Could be very funny here if Hassan and Albert play a very big pot and bulldoze Konstantinos out here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big pot brewing, guys. Buckle up. Hassan's just got a flush draw. I expect fireworks now. 21,800 in the middle.
No, I expect a check.
Spoils everything he does. He ruins everything. Albert's very hard to bet again into two players now.
Yeah.
Is he gonna? Pretty sick he is. 10k. 10k in hand.
This
More
isn't-
coming.
This isn't getting rid of Hassan, that's for sure.
11.5. 8.5.
The Kings are just hating life now.
Kings just
Joey Knish is like, what is going on here?
yeah, I feel like
How is this my life?
it's already just like
I have
very,
kings.
very murky.
Yeah.
He could just be up against 10 Jack and Dad. Could be up against a set and borderline Dad. Could just let this one go and Hassan and Albert end up playing this pot. This is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not like the hand is over either. We're going to have to face rivers.
Yeah, like Hassan's not a man to ever fold, so he could win
no.
this one.
Hassan
Is
is
he
not
going to
folding.
jam?
I
If he
mean,
jammed it here, it'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
He just calls.
Yeah, well, he does have lots of outs.
47,300
Got
in the middle.
31% going to the river.
50k in this pot. My goodness, what are we watching here, guys? Heart. No heart. 10 makes a straight. Nobody has a 10. Kings just think, oh, it couldn't get any worse. Could this board get any worse?
And checks.
Like Konstantinos might win it now if everyone just checks through.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he'll check so fast. if
Albert,
this
is
checked
Albert
through.
just going to rep the 10?
Yeah.
Like he's got the other end of it? Sucking hard on that hoodie string. And it will work. This time it will work. Wow!
Yeah.
Albert Dar!
Konstantinos is just.
And he's gone for a very like he's not gone big or anything. He's just gone like, yeah, have it, lads. Have it. I could even have like a set with this sort of size.
Do you think Hassan is folding?
Oof. And it's for the rest of his hand stack, I assume. Is it more or less? Yeah, he'd be left with 3k.
That's the face of a man who's tortured. It's like,
Konstantinos.
how is this my life? How do I have kings here? How do we get here?
And clearly Albert using the fact that Hassan is behind Konstantinos against him too. It's pretty miserable.
We were talking about David Byrne earlier. This reminds me of the Talking Head song Once in a Lifetime. This is not my beautiful hand.
This is.
How did we get here? It's like, how often am I good here? It's such a small bet. It looks like it's begging for value. The only thing is, like, it might look like a blocker with like a queen.
Letting the chips go by.
Yeah. And Hassan does fold, so that is some move.
Wow!
is
Albert has to show he does in their eye maximum pain, maximum brutality.
Face of Konstantinos there. He's just like
Prince Alberto.
10-3.
brutal.
Diamond.
Absolutely
10-3 diamond.
Wow.
Just twist the needle.
He showed the 3 diamonds. He did not show the 6.
Or did he not show the 6?
No.
Well, then he could have 10 threes, I guess.
Yeah.
You would?
I have a room to believe it's 10-3.
Yeah.
Very possible.
Believe it's 10 three.
Monte.
Very
He's
possible.
convinced him that he has the 10-3 for
is
the
there a
half
seven?
hour by showing the other card.
Diamante.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And he
It
also
wasn't a good hand
he's thinking about
pre-flop,
getting
I'll tell you
side
that
action
one.
on whether he had it or not.
Wasn't?
It was not a good hand pre-flop, I'll tell you that much.
Clearly not with a pocket with a 3 in it.
And on the river,
5.
Well,
wasn't still good.
his cup doth
It
spill
was
over
hard for
now.
you to be good.
Albert,
10-3.
No, it can be 10-3, I think.
You can have 10-3.
high wire act.
Yeah, that
How about
was
10-3 diamonds?
that was definitely
I
part of the
hopefully.
part of the session so far.
It was an ambitious hand. Oh my.
Yeah, 10-3 for sure.
10-3 for sure.
He's now playing more than $250,000. Miroslav is loving it.
Miroslav just really enjoy. And he flops a set the next hand. Wow. Hassan probably loses chips here. He's got 2 overs. He's got the wheel draw. Can't even imagine him not getting it in here at some level. I actually think that's really possible. Albert's probably half thinking about keeping Mehmet interested here.
Huh?
Yeah, just flicks in the call. Mehmet gets out of the way, so Hassan,
Yeah.
wow, he's only got a pot-sized bet
He
left.
raised, he 3 something.
Club.
Call.
It
I
certainly
think
goes
it's
in.
10-3 for sure.
Oh gosh. You gotta be kidding me. Albert's gonna stack Hassan. He's just got 4.5.
Albert's just having the night of his dreams here.
It's hard to keep a poker face when all you want to do is smile from ear to ear.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I just feel like Hassan's gonna make the call here with the nut flush draw and a wheel draw.
And a gut shot.
Twice?
In it
no
goes.
thought, just, yeah.
No.
11 outs once.
I have a set.
That's worth about 25%. Sets not what Hassan wanted to hear. No
They are
good.
running it twice. Looks like.
And no good. Stacking number 4, Hassan. A little unlucky with the way that one ran out, got to be said, that time.
Yeah.
Albert, very fortunate.
Another stack chip 12 there. He's having an absolute night of his night of his dreams. And we went back on the phone to get some more chips, I think.
Albert's up 100k, I want to say, for this session.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
He's saying 20 now. He bought in 40 last time, I think. So. And I'm not sure how to interpret that gesture. It might mean that this is this last bullet.
Yeah, in for 120 here now. The short stack attack approach of Hassan has, unfortunately for him, not reaped rewards tonight. There's that man, centre picture, Albert, as Dara said. Just enjoying a dream evening here on the tables in the Merritt Cove.
Sam has actually got a hand here. And he pulls in another 20k stack.
Yeah, I might be wishing this one wasn't 40k.
He's
Nice juicy premium.
7.5x now.
Joseph has shipped in King Jack and just thought, let's run one with Hassan. I want some of this. There's no way Hassan gets away from pretty much the best hand he's seen all day. Joseph's going to say, do you want once or twice?
Twice?
Ice latte, one more.
2 times.
Ice
Running
latte.
it twice, so again,
Ria shot.
chop the most likely outcome. But
Queen now becomes Joseph's out. Oh, terrible news for Hassan.
near to the rest of the table too, possibly. Nope, there it is.
No, that's a straight for
Oh, it's a straight,
Joseph.
yeah.
Hassan
okay.
just needs to hold this time. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Lord, that's unlucky.
Wow.
Ran it twice and lost both with the better hand.
And no sooner were those chips in the hand of Hassan, who had a real hand this time, and they were shipped over to Joseph across 2 boards.
I have 25.
Sorry.
Yeah.
20.
20 more coming.
20 more coming.
20 more coming, I guess, so he is staying in.
Oh, sick.
Blind?
He
No.
was blind, yeah.
Really?
Of course, that's why I jammed.
Oh, he was blind. He said he
Yeah,
jammed the
2000
king jack
blind.
because the ace queen was blind. I didn't see Hassan look at his hand, so I have to say so.
Okay.
Give small chips maybe and
So the chips hadn't arrived or they were about to come and he just said, I'll raise blind.
Yeah,
yeah.
And he went, in that case,
I'll call blind.
I'll ship it blind.
Maybe he looked at the cards before he called off. Again, I'd have to rewind to see, but yeah, but his opponent definitely claimed that he was blind. He said that's why I shoved the king jack.
Konstantinos now opening things up under the gun with the ace-jack. Mehmet right behind, just flats the ace-king.
Yeah.
Sneaky, sneaky, looking for Hassan to get involved.
getting-
Immediately he 3-bets the 6-4 suited to 4k.
Hey.
Mehmet's getting exactly what he wanted here. Konstantinos
Playing
delighted
only
to put in
20.
chips.
Yeah, playing only 20k.
Konstantinos might just isolate this spot.
Yeah, yeah.
Which
No,
is
he
what
probably
Mehmet-
will, to be honest, because he's.
He just
no,
let it go.
got away. Wow, that's
Mehmet
sick.
gets to
And now Mehmet will just stick it in. And
run another one here. 20k, bullets are flying. 6-4 suit's going to win this one about 40% of the time.
yeah, absolutely. No, he's got a lot of equity here. He'd be unlucky to lose this one twice.
One time.
Oh, he's asking for one time.
Oh,
Oh, that makes it difficult.
ace to chop.
No.
And that I feel might be that.
He looked at both his cards there. I wonder if he even...
10,
was he
10,
blind
10,
again?
10.
He didn't look at his cards until... He looked at his cards one by one at the end and then threw them in.
And with that, we bid a farewell to Hassan, who the game has revolved around.
Yeah.
He VPipped
Completely
something in the
driven me.
region of 95% across 35 or 40 hands. It's almost a kind of a normal service has been resumed moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Players obviously lick their lips when they see an action player such as that.
Attacks him, you know?
I have to say on balance, Dara, might be kind of controversial. I know a lot of people would be looking at the style of play and the way he played and, you know, questioning
Danny,
his wisdom in places. But
Waiting for
actually on
more
some of the
opportunities.
runouts, he, you know, when he was all in showdowns, he actually ran quite poorly.
Oh no, he was unlucky for sure. Yeah, yeah. That's. I don't think that. I think that's unquestionable. He ran below EV in the all-ins, and he got some very bad runouts.
On me? Oh. I just can't see you when you have cards.
No doubt he will be back to fight
I
another
can't see when
day,
you have
but
cards.
Oh,
I
sorry,
guess
but
feeling
no,
the
I will
sting
change
of
it.
6
That's why I
bullets
asked
there
you, saying that's why I
decides
change
enough
my
is enough
chips like
tonight.
this.
Huh?
I will change my chips like this.
No, it doesn't matter. I'll just ask. I don't care.
On the other side of that coin, Albert would play probably a 48-hour session now if asked.
Yeah.
Now we can see.
Yeah.
Against
Wait,
Albert.
it's okay. You can just put whatever you want.
No, I mean, I was feeling comfortable this way, that's why.
Yeah, just put it back. I'll just ask every time. Doesn't matter.
Mehmet, you and me 2 times.
Finally.
You 1 time. You 1 time.
One time.
One time. You 1 time.
What did I tell you?
Well, with the dynamical shift that will come from Hassan's departure, I feel as though we're going to see some more intricate poker, some less sort of stalky kind of poker.
Yeah, and one of the effects of the fact that we had an action player there and he basically lost 6 or 7 bullets, whatever it was, he's basically deepened all the stacks around. Albert obviously recognised right from the start that it was a great spot, so he bought in very deep to allow himself that if he lost 2 or 3 all-ins to the action player, he'd still cover him. In actual fact, it went the other way. He's the main beneficiary. But some of the other players might be a little bit deeper than they're comfortable with now, playing against fairly skilled cash players.
High roller is 10k.
Haram, man, il voulait jouer la roller, on lui a dit viens jouer avec nous. Albert. Haram, il voulait jouer
You
la
guys
roller.
referencing the high roller there, which of course we will be bringing you
Ça fait
final day
7
coverage
entries.
of in a couple of days' time.
He wanted to play
It
the
just
high
started
roller.
there about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
We said let's play a friendly
They
game,
play
like
a
20k
sort of a
buy-in.
short evening session on the first day. It's sort of a 2.5 day tournament. Late reg goes on till a few levels into tomorrow, as far as I remember.
It's a Triton super high roller now he's playing.
Albert with the King of Spades and another card. Too many chips to get both his cards over the RFID reader, clearly.
Yeah.
Miroslav happy to flick in a call here on the button with the Jack-9 suited. Very playable. And wow, what a flop. So we know Miroslav has the best hand. We don't know how good Albert's hand is. Miroslav's going to fire out a little pot massager of 400. Albert looks to be staying involved, so one would assume he's got a 10 or maybe a queen under there. Maybe an ace. He's being sticky. Virtual lock on the hand now for Miroslav, who's boated up on the turn, unless it's a jack hiding under there for Albert, who has no outs. Oh, sorry, it could be a king under there as well, and he would have some outs, but that's unlikely as played. Miroslav, 1500 into 23 here, 2/3 pot. Albert has a king-9 here. He's certainly going to have to stick around. He does call.
Yeah.
I wonder what that card underneath is. My assumption is definitely a 9, given what we've seen. Maybe an ace. Maybe an ace-king. Just being sticky.
King Queen.
King Queen being very sticky, yeah.
King 10.
Miroslav gonna put in the requisite amount of I'm deliberating, seriously I am time.
Yeah.
Before maybe going with an overbet here.
Not sure what we target here now.
He does come with an overbet, looks like about 6.5. It is 6.5. And Albert has the king-9. It's a tricky one. He's got the ace-king. Tricky in a different way. Could have the pocket kings and have played it a little cutely on the flop, but I doubt that. Miroslav telling a very polarized story of I have trips or a bluff.
Yeah.
Or in this case, obviously, an even better hand. But I think trips would do the same.
And Jad, you played? On hand?
Suzanne back.
Yep,
Just took a little break.
ATM.
That is Hassan. We can just about see in the front of the picture while Albert deliberates over his decision here.
I guess it could be a 2. Albert could open the king deuce of spades. That's a thing in Albert land.
From the hijack?
Yep.
That would be definitely loose.
Does make the call.
So maybe we'll see the hand. No, I guess he's going to just muck, is he? Yeah.
Put your hand in the reader.
Don't know what he had there, unfortunately. King 9 seems the most obvious, but... and while they gear up for the next hand, I can confirm that they're finishing the warm-up for the night. There are 25 players left.
Okay, we made a good guess earlier.
And 2 of the last few bust-outs were Alexander Kirichenko, who we saw on the feature table, and Julian Loire,
Oh
who we also saw on the feature table.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Just give him card.
Any top stacks there you can report on?
Let me have a look.
Play. I buy the whatever it is.
Nicholas Chuiti leads with 8.1 million.
I review on
Or
Good
Nazar,
there.
who we did see on the feature table as well, has 5.8 million. Alain Hadj has 5 million. Abdul Masin Aydin has 5 million. Kanakopoulos, who we also saw on the feature table, he also finished around the 5 million mark.
Very good. So he kind of held steady through the
Yeah.
last couple of sessions.
And I don't recognize too many of the other names.
Oh, plenty to keep us interested tomorrow as they
Yeah.
all battle for that 264k up top.
Yeah, so they will come back with 25, and they play down to a winner tomorrow. In the meantime, this cash game definitely took on a different character after Hassan left, but
Hassan just bought in for 10k this time, Dara,
okay.
and he's
So-
immediately put a quarter of it in here with the 10-4 off.
Yeah, he's here to gamble. It's fair
Cold
to say.
calling the 3-bet. Does happen to have live cards here. Konstantinos is 4-bet to 82. My goodness me. Miroslav may just stick it in here for 32k. I assume he is. And then Hassan probably flicks in the call.
Yeah,
Gamble.
yeah, he does
And
move all in.
Konstantinos can just about get away. Or can he?
34.
Yeah,
Does
he
get
does. Fairly quick full there.
2 time.
So, not a terrible spot now. One of the kings for Miroslav is out of the deck. So,
Yeah, no,
Hassan's
he's,
probably got a little more than that 32% that we see there. He's probably got like 34, 35.
Yeah.
And, well, he does run poorly in the all-ins, it must be said.
There it is.
There's a 4,
but
but
he needs
he needs a 10 or a 4 again,
he
and
does
these
need
are
a
his
10 or
outs, maybe
4.
for the next run.
Unfortunately, he's waste of an out there.
Miroslav with the flush takes run out number 1 and a king right away. And 2 diamonds.
Down to 3%.
And that will do it. In
Throws
goes
his,
the
flings his
hand.
cards away. Another 10k gone.
More chips on their way to the feature table. Players on their phones again. A lot of phone communication, far more than we saw yesterday. I feel as though
Is there a straddle round right now?
I start?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Round
Yeah, I
starts.
feel like some of these players have definitely sold action for this game because they figured it was going to play high, and they're probably informing their backers how it's going.
Dara, speaking as a former backer,
Yeah.
players in
Yeah.
high stakes cash games, he knows the drill.
When you have a player who's playing a very big cash game, you definitely don't want to wait
Why-
till the
why
end of
you
the
don't-
night.
Why don't you
And he's
come?
on the
Here, what's
bottom, by the
happened?
way.
Missed you.
Missed you.
Okay. He gets.
He's on the bottom.
He has 20k.
Okay, so he bought in for 20k. So this is there's a spread of buy-ins. He's bought in for 20 mostly. He bought in for 40 once. Bought in for 10 the last time.
Hassan.
Now he's gone back to 20.
And it's been fairly brutal for Hassan. Like, he hasn't really spun up a single bullet apart from the very first one.
He doubled
which
first
then
hand,
got
yeah.
dusted off
Yeah.
within 4 hands.
In an orbit that was gone, yeah. Yeah, no, there's been no spin up
Yeah.
at all.
And sort of part of the fun when you have an action player like this, you know, obviously these guys are all cutthroat gamblers, but you know what's almost good is if he does get a spin with 1 or 2 bullets and does get to sort of experience some enjoyment. It feels as though it hasn't been an enjoyable experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hassan in there with the 10-4 again. Well, it was unkind to him last time. Sinan looks like he's going to play the 10-3 suited. And they both flop bottom pair.
5 to me, 15 to Danny.
Oh, and as if it could get any worse, Hassan gets turned. So unlikely to find a way to a losing hand on that flop, but he is gonna in most worlds now, and that's the.
Just flicking the chips in. He does look like he's not having
He just
fun.
looks defeated.
He just looks demoralized, yeah.
Yeah. He's just gonna try and milk him here, Sinan, recognizing that. Yeah.
Super.
That was.
He flicked in the 2K
There's a
and mucked
10-3.
before the hand was even
Diamond.
shown.
Yeah.
Diamond. Same
I've never seen that
Same
before.
Yeah.
The call muck.
Okay, we're going to zoom out here and take a look at the schedule. Dara, I'm a kind of a scheduling geek. I'm not going to lie to you. I love looking through databases like Hendon Mob
Yeah,
for the
I'm the
upcoming
same.
tournaments.
That's probably
I
the
hound,
only thing we have in common.
that is true. I hound all the people who work in all the different sites for the inside scoop on when their live events are going to be scheduled, so I can have them in my diary before everyone else. I can work out the best
Oh,
schedule
you.
before everyone else. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
You're that guy, okay.
And I tell you,
Hate you even more now.
EPT here in October is a stop that is very high on my
Unmissable.
list.
Unmissable in my opinion. We said it earlier when we were covering the warm-up, but I think it's going to be the best EPT this year by far. I think it's going to eclipse Barcelona and Prague.
I think it's going to be so good that this venue will be on the map in an even bigger way than it already is. This was a sort of a sleeper hit venue for many years.
Yeah.
People used to talk about it. I never personally visited it. I wish I had now. But people talked about how great it was. And then I think the word kind of got out over the last maybe 2-3 years. These series, these kind of in-house phenomenal series with the 5K, the 3K, the 2K. Everybody loving that. Word is out. Loads of UK players, loads of Irish players know about it now. I imagine they're all going to be coming out. But when this EPT hits, people are going to suddenly go, wow, what a venue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's it.
Agree. I think it'll be a massive success. I imagine it will almost certainly become a permanent feature on the EPT calendar.
Je m'ai mis là,
Um,
ok. J'ai dans ma boîte.
I think it's going to become the best EPT basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right with the sort of problems that certain venues in certain countries are, you know, basically shooting themselves in the foot with taxation laws and whatnot at the moment. I think certain places are becoming more difficult as venues.
Yeah.
And I think, therefore, the places that really make it great for the players, great for the organisers, easy to run, will benefit. And this may be right at the top of the list of those places.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Straddle is on again. Mehmet deciding to go for a pretty loose open here with the jack-8 off in the hijack. Hassan has 3-bet with cards we don't know, and perhaps he doesn't know. He's playing 15k now. Mehmet, sort of a weird spot to get caught here, opening light with Hassan behind you. You know, it shouldn't really happen. I guess you want to get involved. Mehmet's flopped absolutely nothing. Hassan, please fire a continuation bet and try and take one down here. Nope, he just checks. I hope he has looked at his hand. Mehmet's now going to try and steal it. Hassan's going to check his phone. That isn't GTO Wizard, I assume.
Thing and everything. I have hands.
Last card?
Every time, but
Okay, so the last card.
I have to commit my stack every time I want to play hand.
Straddle.
Yeah. Give me 2.
Straddle on once again. Mehmet, well, maybe thought to himself, kind of put myself in a weird spot there, but it worked out okay when he was able to bluff the Jack 8 on the
4,000.
board. Hassan's firing out 4k of his 12 and ship it to Hassan. Takes down the blinds, antes and straddle. And yeah, that little pile in front of you, Hassan, you can drag that in. Miroslav, I think up money tonight. I think he's had
I'm pretty sure he
good
is, yeah.
session.
I think he got a couple of Hassan bullets. He also, yeah, he had a few nice squeeze spots as well. The 8-7 suited under the gun, and he is the straddle, so nice hand to have in the straddle when you have this sort of dynamic going on. Hassan actually has a legit hand here, the S4 suited, but Mehmet just limped the King Jack. He wants to see a flop with that hand. Albert has Queen Jack off. He's actually, no, sorry, Hassan has raised. Hassan has actually raised with the S4 suited, and he takes down another one. 2 pots in a row for Hassan. No, sorry, it's all in and a call.
So Mehmet's decided I'll run one with you.
Yeah, King Jack against Ace-4 suited. So Hassan is ahead again, 60-40 roughly. Now he's in better shape. Just has to fade a king or a jack, or now a 10. And he does.
Nice,
so
that's 1.
he holds the 1. Looks that he has the 4. And there's another 4. He's hit 2 pair now, so he's in good shape here.
It's be a tricky one to lose.
And
just a king. Oh, you've got to be kidding me!
How bad has he run in these all-ins?
Oh, that's disgusting run out.
Yeah.
Bravo, lucky
Chop
Mehmet.
it up.
Oh, Mehmet with a smile. He had 4.5% to get a chop there.
Yeah.
Somehow found the Django.
Lucky.
Hassan is getting some love in the chat. Fear I saw MD says, without Hassan, this table would have been too nerdy.
Stradu. Stradowski.
No.
Yes.
Take another chair.
Round.
It's so full. It drops.
Bravo, Mehmet. Before Mehmet, even no round straddle all the time. Now round you don't want to straddle.
New Mehmet.
New Mehmet, new Mehmet professional. New Mehmet, big professional.
Hassan has
Mehmet getting some needling there.
Hassan has straddled.
Yeah, he's double straddled there with the 800. Well spotted there. Joseph's going to min raise with the Jack 9.
Straddle.
Okay. Albert's going to get in the mix here with the 7-5 presumably.
16.
And that'll probably bring in. Oh no, well, Miroslav has a squeezable one. I was going to say that'll bring in Mehmet and the straddle and
Yeah.
all hands, but Miroslav could actually take this spot. Yeah.
Yeah, he is going to take it.
6.4.
Moves, bumps it right up. That could get him in against Hassan.
Bravo, Hassan.
Yeah, Hassan instantly moves all in. That'll clear everybody else out. Hassan is in bad shape here. Maybe he'll win this one because he's got it in behind.
Twice again. 30k, 15k per run out.
There's the 10.
So far, so good for Hassan on the first one.
Yeah. Got the 10.
I mean, 1 diamond.
Doesn't want to waste a diamond. Yeah. Oh, and a 10
another
again.
10. Oh my goodness. Finally he's got his
Slap very unimpressed.
he's got his luck.
Oh, some opportunities. We could get quartered here.
Good.
I win both.
Wins both.
Well, Miroslav won't like being the victim, but who could begrudge Hassan a double up? He's given so much action tonight. He's given an obscene amount of action tonight. And as I said to you, Dara, a little while ago, it is kind of disheartening, a little bit sort of
5 more.
painful to watch sometimes when the guy who's given that much action also runs very badly.
Yeah.
Doesn't sort of get any rebates,
Bravo,
doesn't get any
Miros.
rub of the
First
green
hand
along the
after
way.
first hand.
Yeah.
So he's just pointed out that he's the biggest stack in front of him since the first hand.
Play friendly,
I think it was the
Habibi.
second hand
Cool.
probably, but
Yeah.
Friendly?
You lose 1.6.
Ferris OMD
You win?
says 8 more times and he's
Me?
even.
No, I'm saying him. He should play friendly.
I don't think he
Call
needs 8 more.
1.6.
He probably only needs like three double ups.
I have
Or
flush
double
on the
ups, yeah,
front.
but like I think he means stacks basically.
5 more stat, yeah. Indeed.
All in, all in.
All in, all in.
I have a straight.
I had
But
king.
with you one time.
One
One time. Okay, maybe you want twice. You want twice?
Interesting
straddle,
to see
straddle.
how Hassan plays
Hassan.
with this deeper stack now.
He always straddle. Yeah, automatic. Always.
Automatic.
Yeah, I don't think it'll change his strategy too
Who
much.
starts, you know?
Me, I start.
He's
here.
permanently on his
I
phone,
can't start
which is
again.
interesting.
Yeah.
Danny,
You see?
finally you have your kiwi.
Wow, look
so
at this.
proud of you. You
Hassan
could make it.
may get involved here with the 6-3 suited as he often does, but there
there's
are
a-
some real hands back
There are
there.
some real hands. There could be, yeah, they could be tripping over each other to get in
deserved.
against
Yeah.
Hassan now.
And that would be interesting
me
if
to
there
do it
was
again?
sort of a bit of
Drop back.
collateral damage.
Yeah,
Joseph will want to get involved
yeah,
here
they're
with
all
the
gonna
sevens.
think they have very
You want to do
legitimate,
it on stream?
And
like
sort
the
of
best
levels
hands
on
here.
levels. Call 9k cold from Hassan.
and goes back to looking at his phone.
And he does have, like, you know, no one's got an overpair, so it's actually
He's
pretty
got
good equity
33%
spot for
equity.
him.
He's got 33%
Yeah.
equity here. Yeah, it's pretty remarkable.
And he's not going to fold a pair, so if he does manage to make a pair, he will get the showdown.
The sevens have actually folded, which is the hand he was in most
Someone raised
trouble
before
against.
It's amazing, actually.
King Jack suited.
King Jack Suited may peel one off here as well. I think he has like 26 or 2800
Yeah, it's a
in
hand
already.
which plays very well multi-way. So
Yeah.
that's what's happened here.
Those guys could end up playing a monster bot.
Yeah, if the king comes, that's going to be carnage.
Actually, Miroslav doesn't have that much more than Hassan.
No.
If I look at it close. Thought he had a little bit more, but of course he just took the body blow
Yeah.
against Hassan.
Okay.
Miroslav in the
Hassan-
box seat now.
Hassan has nothing pretty much apart from some backdoor. Miroslav has a great spot. And Konstantinos, gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Is that
Depends on the
enough?
size here. If he goes like 5k,
Yeah, looks like he's gone exactly 5k. Hassan gets out of the way with his 6 high.
this will be a tempter for Konstantinos. Like you said, Dara, straight away he can just bink that 10 and
Yeah,
heart could be interesting.
yeah, he has a nut draw. A non-club 10 gives him the nuts, and he has other cards which give him equity. So
good.
it's tempting.
I'm winning some.
Knishin the tank here.
How can you? Okay, okay. I will give a break after. And after, we continue. What's the game there?
Tricky spot. Yeah, he
Just let it
decides
go.
in the end. Basically only 3 clean outs, so
Yeah.
not worth chasing his gut shot. So a rebate there for Miroslav.
Yeah. Doing lags. Yeah, thank you. I would like to get it off now. So, one round straddled?
He has straddled here. Asking if there was a straddle. So Joseph straddles with the a6. Hans has been very quiet. Just
Hey, Miro.
enjoying his
Okay,
massage.
Enough now. Relax.
Konstantinos is going to get involved with the
You're
ace-8.
gonna eat all the chips. Leave some for others.
Mehmet folds. Hassan has
Cool,
the
cool. How are you
5-2
doing?
off. Flicks in the call. Goes back to looking at his phone. And Joseph hits the front, but it is bottom pair. He's not going to feel great about it, I don't think. And it checks around. Now Hassan turns open-ended, so he has some opportunities. And actually Konstantinos hits his kicker to pull ahead. So they all have a bit of... but the a6 gets out of the way.
And Hassan bet just 1,300 here.
Yeah.
For setting his own price.
Yeah.
Looks like he's been click raised to 3. So Konstantinos just trying to take control of this one.
Yeah, probably wants to check behind, gets the check on the river, and then doesn't have to face a big bet.
He might bet himself now that the jack is paired. The one sort of card that he might now be very happy with his hand.
What you made? 4.5.
Oh,
Ooh,
bad
he
timing here from Hassan.
He has bluffed here.
Jam service.
We haven't seen him bluff too much, but and maybe that's on Konstantinos' head mind as well.
I think if your guy has it, he has it.
shit,
I think you got to pay the piper here.
It's a decent sized bet as well.
Nazar.
I don't know. I don't care.
Spades miss, 9x misses, 5x misses.
Looks like Konstantinos has found the calling chips
Yeah.
and gets the good news that his opponent is playing the board.
Yeah.
7-8 Costa. 7-8.
Better.
Better.
Better than 7.
Better on the river, not better on the turn.
Yeah.
I say you have 7-8. They say you call so fast if you have 7-8.
A bit better than 7.
So a better day so far for Konstantinos. Obviously, that big misstep last hand during what I'm now going to try and create a meme out of. Crazy time.
We are not on mad crash here, okay? There is tails, there is something.
Hands turn in the straddle. When it gets round to him, he's going to
Yeah,
find
mad crash
a
is automatic
pretty
or
ugly
quick.
four deuce.
Here it's not mad crash, you know?
Konstantinos likely to open up here.
Albert, when are you gonna do your patches for mad crash? And do some publicity.
Mehmet maybe
Jamie,
with a
can we call
squeezy
like
one here.
We are on the TV now.
Might
we
raise
should
this
do
one up.
something.
Oh, let's it go.
I'll put
Hassan
Castore
behind,
to go.
always the kind of
Yeah.
X factor and everything.
Yeah, the looming presence of Hassan. Flicking and calling
I'll
chips.
make you mascot. Huh? Mascot. Which mascot? Mascot.
Mascot.
Hassan back up to 96% VPIP there.
Wow.
He had to battle his way up from 94 at the low point.
And you don't need to put.
And they both made a pair. Pretty terrible flop for Hassan here. He's got
No paddy.
middle pin, backdoor against top pair, good kicker. Konstantinos
And
is going to pursue
Avatar
value
is
here
like the one that I
unquestionably.
sent on the group.
And Hassan might raise this one up himself.
No, it's not allowed.
Kind of sometimes calls these spots, sometimes sticks it in.
No
I
costume.
think it's a call this time.
No need for costume.
I want to take photo of it. I will take
7
photo.
or a 4 to get there for Hassan. 5 would make things a bit more interesting too. 3 kind of makes things interesting. He has a gutter to go with. Can't see this slowing Konstantinos down.
Why you
Looking
never play?
to maybe get a chunky bet in here so he can shove river. 3k to leave 7. No, just sticks him in. Just kind of figures Hassan's the kind of guy who'll call an overbet sometimes too.
Yeah.
He's found out that he has something. I can't see this.
You want
Actually,
hit nuts,
I can't see Hassan getting away here, to be honest. Just given what we've seen, he's just
Throws in the call.
2 times,
straight?
9 outs.
What you have?
Twice.
Straight?
No, I don't have straight. Wait.
Two.
1 for Konstantinos.
Okay, no good.
Huh?
2 for Konstantinos.
Then you are very good.
Very good.
4.
And that is another stacking
Then you
for
are very, very good.
the beleaguered Hassan.
Give me 10.
10 this time.
10, please.
Ah, round finished. Do we want to start? Yes. Round finished. Start another one?
No, I just want to go. When I come back, we start. When I come back, we can start.
So Sinan has been very quiet. Was very impressive yesterday. He's got the ace queen under the gun. Not a straddle, he's just gone for a straight raise. Albert. Ace jack is a bigger hand in this spot because of just the way the game is playing. Hold on, I'm not sure if Hassan is in this hand or not. Has he
Only
rebought?
10,000.
Yeah, he has, yeah. He's playing,
Albert,
gone all in for 10,000 with the 9-4 suited. So
All in 10,000?
he's buying in for 50 big blinds and just looking to gamble, spin up a stack.
I forgot. Every time this is.
All in?
Sorry, Sam.
And it's the ace jack now gets out of the way. So
Twice? So you want?
the 9-4 suited, given that there's an ace dead, actually probably has slightly more equity than that.
You're in bad shape. Well, not now.
And
Like what?
Ace.
now he's going to need some runners, diamonds or a straight. And now he's dead. And I think he might have only run that once.
Still? Still bad shape?
Ace jack.
Yeah, so another 10k. This gets shipped Sinan's way. Shout out to Ray in the YouTube chat. Hi Ray. Are you still crushing the satellites for Killarney?
You're not scared? I have something strong behind.
10,000 dead money?
Just fold one time.
If you're wondering why David is so quiet, it is almost 1 a.m. here. So David's run out to do a coffee run.
DPG.
So I'm flying solo for a few minutes.
Very strong range.
Tomorrow.
So Hassan, who has driven all the action,
Pass.
probably down around 200k by our count now. Is he in this hand? Has he rebought?
10,000.
Yes, he has. 10,000 again. So it looks like he's just buying in 10,000 per hand now. Last hand he shoved the 9-4 suited.
Teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun.
Seems far more interested in his phone than what's going on the table. And And Hassan does have a legitimate hand here, King Queen.
One.
Danny. Danny.
Ooh, he's hit his queen. His queen. Maybe he's going to get a spin with this bullet. And yeah, he's doubled up.
Jeremy, give them to you now.
Ray says he's on an airport run.
Bring it.
Are you flying somewhere, Ray, or are you collecting somebody? So now Hassan, having bought back in for 10k, has doubled effectively.
Hello.
Miroslav raises under the gun with the king 10 suited.
Uh,
The presence of Hassan there is obviously affecting everyone, and he's gone all in. No, sorry, it's a normal 3-bet to 2k. Miroslav's going to call, so we have Jack 3 off against King 10 suited. King 10 suited has overs, backdoors, but otherwise nothing.
okay.
And he gives this one up.
هون بالصالون تعي إذا بدك. هون. بس تنزلي دغري ستريت تعي ستريت. اقعدي لا توقفي ايه.
So picked up another few K there now. So he's finally getting a bit of a spin. We had commented that even though he's down a lot, that he hadn't even really got a spin. He doubled up very first hand of the session. But yeah, we've seen him spin the 10k up to 25k roughly. And
شوي هلا قايرة شوي.
Hassan with a 10-4. This time he decides not to 3-bet. 5-way, still on the turn.
And the pair of sixes wins.
Hassan under the gun. King 4
I'm straddle always like told you.
straddles.
Raise one. 1,000.
1k raise from hands with pretty weak hand, but that's purely because Hassan is the straddle. He is 2 off. Essentially trying to get heads up against Hassan. But Miroslav recognizing that dynamic. 3 bets, the ace queen, pretty big. 4k, the good chance he gets Hassan in
4.5.
and gets hands out. And hands does fold. Getting a little bit annoyed, but He's got ace-2 off. The whole plan there was just to get heads up against Hassan. And Hassan has definitely turned it around in terms of how he's running now. He's hit top pair. And Miroslav is going to bet and just try and... He's check raised. First check raise we've seen. And he, with no pair, no draw, it's a fairly easy give up for Miroslav. And just like that, Hassan has spun his 10k up to 31k.
Great stuff. Yeah, I'd really like to see him claw back
They met here.
a couple of buy-ins here. Or even just see how the players react to a slightly different dynamic if he's deeper.
Yeah, if you got up to
Maybe more
100k.
able to hurt them, because in a way the 20k, they're like pot shots. And you sort of take them. You saw players willing to go with Queen Jack and King Jack.
Yeah, it becomes a much different game if he gets up to 60 or 80k. See how much stomach they have for getting in hands like King 10 for 80k.
Exactly. Hassan in the big blind. Hassan. Don't think there's a straddle on anymore.
Straddle, go.
Or just as I speak, a demand for a straddle from Albert.
Round, huh?
Yeah.
Straddle.
Huh?
Straddle.
Round. Straddle.
Straddle.
Fuck you, Castori.
Strad.
Straddle.
Straw.
Straddle.
Straw.
Straddle. Straddle.
The legend.
After what can only be described as a small amount of coaxing, Joseph puts the straddle on. Konstantinos
Who says that? Like that?
gonna attack here from the cutoff.
13. Hassan. 1003.
Queen Jack suited. Hassan, I think, is called blind, or maybe he's had a look. I don't know.
Not sure. He hasn't been looking recently, so... I mean, if you're going to call anyway, I guess you might as well not look.
Eight, 7-3. Joseph springs into the lead here with the 7-6. Rest of the players just with a collection of overcards. Hassan with the King 4, as it turns out. Just the one overcard. And not much reason to continue here. So he does.
Guess he has looked at his hand.
And guess a pretty bad card for both players now. I wonder if Joseph will have a go. Oh, look at this from Hassan. A little change of gear, little spring in his step. Decides to represent the ace. With a little no-look bet, Dara. Buried in the phone.
Yeah.
Grab some chips, no look.
Looks at the... Oh, that's an ace. I think I can bet that. Joseph is going to call, though, and test him at least to see what he does on the river.
I feel like this might be a two-street plan here from Hassan.
Yeah.
So he checks.
No.
King high.
7.
Huh?
7.
That's the first little bit of animation we've seen from Hassan. I think he was a little bit surprised to get called by a 7 there.
And Hans has been very quiet. Dara, you pointed it out there as he was getting his massage. We hardly heard a peep out of him, but it really has been one of those sessions where, because of this action player driving the other players to sort of get involved, get in hands with them with their broadways and their pairs and their whatever they have, even some ace high, stuff. It sort of meant that you had to have something, and actually Hans has been quite hard dead.
Yeah. Yeah, this almost feels like a collision between like a really slow, steady train and a Formula One car.
Lucky man.
And she pronounced it very well.
Formula One car is definitely faster, but it's not going to come off well in the direct collision with a train.
Beautiful analogy there. No ace anywhere.
It's incredible. His demeanor is just amazing. He just looks at the board and he's like, okay, now I'm not interested anymore. Whatever's happening on my phone is far more exciting.
He does actually have a pair here and the best hand right now.
I wonder what he's watching on his phone.
He's probably playing online. Well,
Patron.
Mehmet finds a very good card on the turn there.
Hello?
He has a queen and a
Hello?
spade.
Yeah.
Quick fold from
That's the
Hassan,
job done.
who
Check on Tia's name.
I think is now
Wait
on the
1 minute.
phone.
He's still working on that Arabic site? The affiliate?
So as I told our listeners a little while ago, the reason why I was going solo there for a while was David had gone for a coffee run. But I actually started to suspect that I was going to see David just appear there on the screen and sit down and join the cash game. That would have been quite...
That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? That would be amazing. See it open.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a good bid actually if someone did that.
It's gonna boom soon. Now they are working on Dubai market. The market is very limited.
Not going to lie, if that was to be the case, I'd also be one of those guys on my phone looking for some backers.
Yeah. What's the smallest amount I could buy in for?
Can I short stack this game for a
Yeah.
straddle?
Yeah. Can I limp my hand, and then when 6 other players limp and Hassan shoves, can I shove my 10 big blinds now?
Like it. Sinan here under the gun, raised to 12k. Hassan being told, do you want to run it for your stack this time again? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, just call.
No, just
leave.
call. Let's see what we've got.
Thank
So
God.
he had run this up, but he's running it back down at the moment. Let's see. He's been running well recently, but he's just hit.
Well, he's got bottom pair against top 2. It's not a great spot.
No. Oh wow, he releases very quickly there. It's the first time we've seen him fold a pair, I think.
To a 2k bet. Not sure it's even advisable.
Yeah, I think if you're going to call with King 7 and you hit a pair, maybe you
You
should
should
call.
call
But
an 8% pot bet.
yeah.
Albert in the straddle. We'll hear from him later with this Queen Jack suited, no doubt. His action folds round to the cutoff and quickly to the button of Joseph, who will also release. Wow, lots of rags here. Sinan, big blind. We had a Hassan fold here. Along the way, we were so quick we didn't see it.
Yeah. What did he fold?
We don't know. It actually it probably flashed on screen, but it was
It must have been Jack 4
incredibly-
again. That's the only hand we've seen him fold.
incredibly fast.
He called with Jack 3 earlier,
He
so
folded
Jack
a 7 deuce also.
and a 7 deuce. You're right. That's the folding range then.
Hope it wasn't a Jack 4. So Sinan here, blind v blind, battle of the Queen X's. Albert is a little bit better. Looks like he is going to test out Sinan. Quick fold. Albert adds to his spoils. Wow, what a session. He's had 271k, quietly going about his business of making himself 100 grand tonight.
Yeah. I started with 160. Ray Wheatley, who we both know, says, I don't play cash, but I would jump in here. Professor Royce reckons that what he's doing on his phone is telling his backers that the system is going well, send more money.
Couch. Better sofa.
Who's Mr. Sofa?
Like Mr. Mashallah.
Hey, you became crazy, yeah, with the years. What are you talking about?
Clean pot here. Nobody with any piece. Miroslav obviously in pole position with the queens here. Won't be loving this run out. 3 spades now. Hassan has the 9 of spades. That's the only one that's really competitive.
Yeah, the 5 of spades is out there too, but
So might just get checked down now.
yeah.
Miroslav. Oh, no, look at this. Konstantinos with absolute air going to take a stab for 600. Gets the job done.
Amazing, amazing.
Good awareness from Konstantinos that nobody was too interested in that one. Noticeably quiet on the table this last while.
Yeah.
We've obviously seen guys buried in their phones, and Hassan still is buried in his, but just not that sort of banterish table talk we've come to see.
No, no, a very different atmosphere from last night.
Yeah, I think it can be a combination of things. One, obviously, we are entering the wee hours of the day, and people might be burning it at both ends, playing the tournament in the daytime, jumping in the cash at night. There's probably an element of concentration here as they try to maneuver against one another with an action player like Hassan at the table.
Yeah.
And then thirdly, maybe there's an element of like, you know, when someone is losing so big in a game, it does sort of affect the mood. People don't want to be too joyous or laughing.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
joking.
You don't want to be openly laughing, obviously, at the guy who's having a rough night. I also think they are actually having, you know, they're being put in a lot of spots where they have to think outside. They're playing a very different game from normal.
Yeah.
You know,
It looks
we've
like
seen like ace-2 off, raise an early position.
2 times gone.
Two, go to.
So Sinan and Hassan going to go to the races here. Unfortunately, Hassan's only got 1 leg. Although, that's a pretty good flop for his hand on the first run out.
Ace?
They've both made a king, but really it's still the same outs now.
Yeah,
Flush good.
And he makes a flush. So Hassan at least getting money back here.
yeah.
And he hasn't wasted a 3. Might get a chop.
He can get a chop here, yeah.
3, a 5, or an 8. He's already given up and he's taking his money back.
Chop, chop.
I'm still reflecting back on the call muck.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
October you bring your wife and kid maybe?
That was
October you will bring here
a singular moment in my poker observations.
Oh, my kid is so much allergic. If he comes, it means the grandparents have to come.
Who started the round, Sana?
Yeah, my
You.
I started
Oh,
it.
yeah, okay. Helps a lot. Oh, your wife is here with the kid? Oh, that's nice. Oh, so they don't mind staying home. They like home, right?
Yeah, home is always easier.
Straddle is on. Hassan has an ace.
4-4.
He's going to bet 4,400. That's kind of chopping his stack here.
Yeah, I wanted my son to come with my wife here. Like
Yeah, 4,400
his birthday
of his
is
11k, so
Just gets it through.
she told me,
he's had fun on this bullet. At least he did start on 10. He got as high as Mid-30s, I think. Back to more or less where he started now.
J'ai besoin d'un autre.
Need to take another room,
Ils viennent.
and then I'm gonna think about her and my son. They're okay during the day. Maybe she needs help. And my son, you need 3 babysitters for him. You know? So I'm gonna think about her and my son. So I'm not gonna play, and I'm just gonna stay there. And it's in the middle of the main event, the high roller, the everything. So I was like, let's just make the first day of ours. So when I come back on 18, you know? Maybe I go back 17 or 16. Depends how the game will be and whatever.
So Hassan's under the gun here.
Raise one.
Looks like he's posted the straddle.
I think he straddled, yeah. So
Oh,
again,
that's the yellow.
Hands is springing to life here with the 8-5 of hearts.
8-5 suited again.
Oh, and Sinan.
That's because, yeah.
Cute little call here behind Miroslav. Is he going to squeeze? Yes, he is. So
Yeah.
things working out splendidly here for Sinan when we anticipate a flat call from Hassan with any 2. Or just a shove.
Just a
wow. Okay, so this is sort of where collateral damage can occur, and in an effort to
Yeah.
sort of get Hassan's money, these guys can end
Yeah.
up in pretty
The 8-5
vicious
gets out of the way,
collisions.
but the Ace King.
Wait, I call you back.
Sinan all in for 8? No, he has.
No,
way
he's
more.
called the all in, I guess.
Okay,
And
but it has him down as having less chips. Okay, there's a little graphical error there.
yeah. No, he has more chips for sure.
Yeah, Sinan has loads of chips here, so he's isolated.
10 high.
We're all in for, I'm going to say, a 23k pot plus all the extras that was in there. It's probably 26k pot.
Oh, you see this 2 pair.
Hassan in the lead.
One diamond maybe, wait.
Will he win 2? Yes, he might.
Now you see this 9.
And one of the kings are missing.
We chop.
Ah, if
No, we do not chop.
No.
10-9.
Ah, you win both, yes.
Yeah.
Hassan up to 26k, but we actually think he's going to be up to more because he did get a full double up there, so that's probably closer to
11?
28k, I think there.
Yeah. So now I'm taking it in a stride. Losing with the best hand twice.
Yeah, exactly the right sort of body language and
Yeah.
feeling about things. These things will happen.
Yeah, it's going to happen 10 to 15% of the time.
Queen Jack.
It's obvious, like, no way he has 10-3 pre-flop. Like, he called. You guys really think he has 10-3?
Queen Jack win both.
I think yes.
I know him, he knows those 1-2 gappers.
Queen on the second
bullshit,
board?
7-4, 6-3, 5-3.
They've discovered the 6-3 and not the 10-3
Now
of
they know the truth.
Albert from earlier.
Yeah.
What?
Somebody revealed the secret.
6-3.
Yeah, I had nothing.
Somebody told them.
6-3.
Bravo.
6 high like a boss.
End of the night.
Diamante.
Bluff of the day.
Love of the day.
Bluff of the day.
We'll have no more of that like a boss talk now.
First and last.
When someone shepherds crook him out of there flat.
One more round?
Maybe not last.
Yeah, yeah. Round starts from me.
Bluff of the day, Albert.
No question. Hand of the day, I would say as well.
We never know.
I want to
Yeah,
have the
absolutely.
opportunity to bluff 6 high 18k on the river, but I didn't have it. I mean, I missed my chance to think high. Would have worked, most probably.
Hassan with some suited connectors here. Happy to get involved. Certainly very reasonable holding this time round. Albert is dominating him.
7. Huh? 7.
70?
30k to be won
Yeah.
on the right kind of board.
And there's the ace. Gut shot for Hassan. And the backdoor flush draw.
16.
What did you have?
Huh?
What did you have?
8-5.
Fixing the call.
Vicious.
This flop good for me.
8 ball would be interesting.
10 could cost him some more money now.
I just like the open I call. 5k? Oh.
Yeah, they now have the same gutter, but flush card may slow Albert down.
Yalla.
Yeah, it was actually a very good card for Albert.
Oh, So now they both have the same hand.
Yeah.
But there are 4 spades on board, so maybe, just maybe, someone can steal this one off the other. Not for 22, I don't think.
No.
Up straight.
Same.
Huh?
Me too.
So another chop pot. We've seen quite a few chop pots tonight involving El Patron.
On the turn, you guys are shopping already. You like this watch, huh?
Yeah, I like.
You never get out of this one.
I will get when I get my turn with the panda.
You told me that.
Yeah.
You know I'm a bit jealous, right?
Huh?
I'm a bit jealous. I would not say jealous, I would say envious. Because I want it so bad,
Envy.
and I only want it from the store, you know.
Yeah.
I don't feel like to pay 35k
Yeah, me too,
with the
me too,
dealer. And it's just so beautiful to get it from the store.
Yes.
Nobody touched it. No,
It's for sure.
Special.
For sure, it's zero hand.
and it's been like 4 years.
Constantinos has been quiet recently, but he's picked up a hand here, Ace Jack.
And you told me you got it like 2 years.
Yeah. They told me they will deliver to me in 2 years.
What's that?
Watch.
Daytona Panda. In
So
2 years
has
you got it from the store.
Daytona Panda.
8-7.
Watch chat, Dara. Watch
The
chat.
Turkish copy A.
They're
from
bragging
Istanbul.
about watches.
Oh,
Anything is bullshit.
Whatever is from Istanbul, you have to be worried.
interesting flop.
I've seen the best copy from Istanbul.
Hands his bottom pair and a gutter.
Yeah, for
Bad
sure.
gutter.
But I will buy from.
Like this one, the guy
Hassan
told me I paid it
has
400 euro in Istanbul.
Same bad gutter.
Same than mine.
And Constantinos has hit middle
Amazing
pair.
copy. 400 euro. In some store in Istanbul. Rolex copy, Istanbul. This one true, but there is copy.
How much?
Tiny bet. Wow, that's a really small bet.
Yeah, on a very
Rolex for me.
wet board.
I give you gift and I pay the stuff.
Spade. Someone's just tossed in the cards early.
Big man in Istanbul, me nobody know me.
So leaving a heads up.
That was Hassan.
Man, for my
Who-
boy, for my kid.
Doesn't want a free shot at this gutter, I guess.
He lost interest in the pot.
Hayır.
His phone was probably more exciting.
Ne saati istiyor ki?
Well, Constantinos now really liking that card. Obviously, combinatorically far less queens about, and he does have the backup
Yeah.
of the ace of spades in hand.
No way Rolex, huh?
Fires another bet and doesn't get it this time, but happy to pull in another one.
$1000.
Feel like this has been a good session overall for Constantinos.
Yeah.
Öyle mi?
Hard to have a bad session when you're at a table with a guy who's in for 180k.
Yeah.
Which one did he buy?
Round.
Every round?
Round.
Round this up, baby.
Looks like the straddle might be on permanently now.
Who is gonna say no here? Okay.
I don't know. I just asked. I don't look my card.
Albert in the mix here, pocket nines. Miroslav releases
I'm
again
following the
that
strategy of
nagging
Albert.
problem of Hassan
Play as
behind.
big as you can and let's see how it goes. Tomorrow I'll be playing 501k in LA. Full bankroll.
Put 200. Put 200. You just called, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just to make it easier, just put 1200.
Albert playing policeman there prior to the flop against hands heads up. And slops best. Albert, with reason to believe he's still good though. Only one over card to his nines. Gonna fire out a Pro B 800 here, pursuing some value from ace high, 7. Just a call from Hans, who happy to play possum right now with top pair. Can see Albert coming with value bet again here in a lot of worlds. Given that he bets so small, can certainly pursue value against a 7 once more.
Abba.
And this time beefs it up to 23
Kana total.
into about 5. Hans sort of posturing here because he has a clear slam dunk call all day long, every day of the week, every week of the year, but he wants to keep Albert's bluffs interested, so a certain amount of pondering always good in these spots, a certain amount of reluctance, Hollywooded, never bad. Hans.
23. What's the rate? What's the bet?
Albert, always a student of body language and some verbal tells perhaps as well. Interested to see if he shuts down here. Pursues very thin value in the form of a blocker bet.
Queen.
Well played by both players. Is Hans wearing a cape? Sort of a little Phantom of the Opera here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess it is retro week. Phantom of the
It is
Opera.
retro week, yeah.
Phantom of the Opera
Well, I
definitely
believe
qualifies.
the cape went out about 100 years ago, though. Although if any man's
Meatloaf
going
not
to
bring it back?
Sorry?
Did Meatloaf bring it back?
I think if anybody could bring the cape into poker, it'd be you, David. I can see you swanning around a poker room in a cape.
What colour is this cape?
I'm going to go with purple.
Interesting.
Purple cape.
Interesting.
So we have four-way action here. And Sama Hassan isn't one of them. As yet. No, he's actually out of this hand. So maybe the third hand he's folded.
Sinan has taken the lead, but awkward proceeding here on the 994. He has checked. Mehmet may throw out a little equity denier slash, he has some backdoor stuff going on as well. Figuring if he was ahead pre, he might still be ahead, and he does get the 4 to fold, so good result. Mehmet, definitely one of the tighter, more judicious players, probably gets a little bit more credit.
Yeah.
Bravo, Mehmet.
Bravo, Mehmet, they say.
7-7.
5-5.
7-7.
Okay, king. I believe it.
Mehmet, capable of
Pocket
a
king.
tall tale of his own.
Yeah. They'll find out in 30 minutes.
2 red king.
I hit king 9.
And I had the 5.
Yeah? Bravo Mehmet.
I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
I should have bet against
Konstantinos
us.
now posting the straddle,
Only me can have.
depending on how much action there is before him. He's likely to get involved with those threes. Miroslav does open things up here for him in with the Kojak in early. Mehmet straight away in behind. Hassan, of course, in behind with the Jack Deuce. Albert unlikely to get involved with the 6-2.
Yeah.
And Konstantinos now getting an amazing price. Happy to
Yeah.
set mine now. And again, it's a collection of hands where everyone's got a little bit of something, something. Hassan's definitely the worse off.
Yeah, his jack is dominated, so he's playing his deuce or his flush draw.
There's a heart and there's a deuce.
Oh,
And there's
Lord.
another heart.
He's got
So
he's
ace-9 for
suddenly
Mehmet
become
and Jack-2 for Hassan. This one could get messy, Dara.
second favorite. Even though Mehmet has 2 pair, Hassan has 40% equity here. Flush draw, a deuce also working for him.
Yeah, this is just going to get in on this street, I think.
Yeah, he fires out a bet.
No.
No, Mehmet
Mehmet
decided
decides
to just
to throw
call
the
it and
rope.
keep bluffing. And there's the queen of spades. So now Mehmet is strong favorite. He just he has to fade a jack or a deuce with one card.
Oh, look at that. They check back, and there's the king of hearts. Mehmet's
Don't
certainly
know
got to be
about-
prepared to call almost any bet here. He's going to make a bet, Claire.
Yeah,
Just a call.
just a call with the second nut.
Flash.
No, went the other way around.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we saw the
Yeah.
call pop up on the screen a bit quicker.
Okay.
So went check, bet call.
Yeah.
I think so,
Nice
anyway. It went very fast. Things go
Was
very fast here.
yeah. So the pot gets shipped to Hassan, the action player.
He's got a reasonable stack in front of him now.
He has, yeah.
Those 5Ks, remember, at the bottom. So he's got 15 and 5s and then at least another 20. So is he up at, is he at 40K there?
Could very well have, yeah.
Well, we're going to remind ourselves of what is to come. Well, the big one, of course, we've mentioned it plenty of times here, is the EPT
Yeah.
between the
EPT,
11th and 22nd of October.
middle of October. That'll be absolutely epic.
Looking a little further ahead, November 21st through December 3rd, we've got the Gangster series, another one of the themed in-house series here at Merit. Usual schedule for those is the 2K warm-up, the 3K main and the 5K high roller. But I want to point out to you guys, and that's sort of the shape of this one, and that's pretty much what all you're going to see in terms of the live stream. But there's tournaments popping off every single day here.
Yeah.
There's a couple of 1K mystery bounties. I think there's a 2K mystery bounty. There's satellites for everything going on every evening. We had a ladies event a couple of nights ago.
Yeah.
Some $500 events. I can't pronounce the Italian words that were that is how that $500 event was being named, but that was on
Notte
today.
degli Assi, I'm going to say.
Beautiful, Dara, beautiful.
The Night of the Axes, I believe, is the translation. But yeah, and certainly the last time I was here, I was talking to some of the English guys, and they had taken advantage of some special offers where if you committed to playing all of the bigger tournaments,
much?
you actually got your
Record?
accommodation and all your food for free.
This is record.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that wasn't available for this stop because this is always the really popular one, height of summer.
Yeah.
But you're right, those ones that fall December, January, March often do come with these packages available to players who I think have to probably commit to something in the region of 13 or 14K worth of buy-ins, which is actually not too hard to do over a fortnight.
Yeah.
You could
Absolutely.
I don't think the 5K...
And they're all good tournaments as well, so.
Yeah, and I don't think the 5K high roller even has to be part of it. I think it's a main event, the warm-up, the 2 mystery bounties. You must play some satellites to the high roller as well, and then the other sort of 500 and 1K events. Rule basically being that if you're in another event and it passes late reg on something else that you're supposed to be in, then you're okay.
Yeah.
And that's not insisted upon. But if you do bust and but late reg is almost about to close. On the other one, you do get thrust in.
Yeah.
But that's really good for just making sure that there's loads of liquidity and players get in these
Yeah,
deals.
and I think another thing they do to make sure the tournaments start is people who avail of those packages, if they're not in something else, they have to come into the tournament right from the start.
Right away, exactly. So they're good tournament starters
Joseph,
as
you
well.
started 50, right?
47.
Yeah, so very innovative idea, and it's a great way of making sure these tournaments run.
Joseph with the sevens. Sinan well out in front with the pocket aces here on the Jack 4-3. Already 7,300 in the middle. You'll notice no Hassan in this one.
No. Aces against sevens. Sinan, who has been one of the quieter players, obviously took that hit against Hassan where he lost both runnings with the better hand.
Yeah, Joseph can't get away here. He obviously has backdoor 5-6 working for him as well. Just one overcard to the sevens. Actually, pretty nice board for him in the sevens.
Yeah, it's a very good board for sevens, other than a board that has a 7 on it. It's one of your better boards, but the queen is another overcard.
Yeah, one feels like Joseph maybe continues on a 5 or a 6. Maybe if the board pairs one of the low cards as well, maybe even if the board pairs the Jack, it's pretty good from 2. This queen's a bit pesky. Ace and a king, a bit like what we talked about earlier. Definitely the cards where you probably see a snap fold. Queen, this would encourage a hand like ace king to maybe bet once more. Try and really pressurize exactly the kind of hand that Joseph has. Those pocket pairs in the middle of the board. Backdoor hearts may also be emboldened now. Well, Joseph does have at least the 7 of hearts blocker. Interesting to see how he responds to this one. It's a big bet.
Yeah.
I think he can probably release.
Yeah, for this size, he can definitely release second over card.
Yeah, just so hard to realize there, even if you are
Red.
ahead of the ace king, obviously it has a decent amount of equity, and it also might bluff again, and you really can't call again.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Okay.
Turn is a reasonable point to get out.
Yes.
Could have
Yeah,
continued on a 5 or a 6.
Only one time.
Me black.
As it often is, Dara, the turn is often in the modern game a very crucial point of inflection in a hand, because flop bets tend to be on the small side, or at least they've
Let's play
veered
button game,
towards
it's
smaller
fun.
and smaller over the years.
Yeah,
Turn
yeah.
bets generally size up a little.
Yeah, and there are still 2 cards to come, so a lot of hands still have reasonable equity, but if they don't hit the turn, then that equity halves. So
Yeah.
it's a logical point to get out of the hand. a lot
Hands,
of the
one
time.
more action.
No.
Yes, you.
Red.
He wants,
No.
he wants action.
You get red, huh?
Me
He wants
mix.
the action.
Hey, والله
Play,
مخليك.
play.
بدي أعمل.
Okay, red.
Miroslav bumps it up
They
to
have ace
3k
king in
here.
Yeah,
Hassan,
Not you. but you lose them, كمان.
action on
to
Hassan.
four
He's
of them,
not
but
aware
you
of
lose
it
them.
yet. But
he's up to
uh,
40k now, so he's getting a spin on this
Should
one.
be like Albert playing 6-3.
He's put the double straddle on, I think, to 800 and is unaware that he's been
I
isolated
just
here.
hope one day I'll run like Sinan.
So
just for
presumably
Yeah.
he will look
Yeah,
at his
one
hand
day.
and flick in the 3k. There we go.
Having
Black.
aces in
40k in
Okay,
front of
hold.
him, Hassan now. Capable of doing damage. In fact, he
Red,
covers
red,
Miroslav.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
So
he
lucky
hasn't
first
flopped
time.
anything
You know, when I
immediate, but
see
he
these
has.
things, it's like,
How do you choose black again?
how bad
Backdoor
you are.
wheel, backdoor
How do you choose
Broadway.
black?
Not a lot
I mean,
else
he sold
for
well,
Miroslav,
he's
but
not-
ace high likely good in a lot of worlds. Very ambitious call here from Hassan. Wow.
Doesn't have
King
backdoor.
5.
100%.
Backdoor Broadway.
The guy that come the most, you and me for sure. 100%.
Miroslav does have
At least
backdoor.
I
Oh,
run-
Miroslav,
I was
sorry, I
one
thought we were
that
talking about
running the
Hassan.
hottest by
Yeah.
far.
What?
Hassan has the backdoor.
That I ran
Yeah,
the hottest?
No, sorry, you just ran
He just fires it
standard,
away.
I'm sorry.
No, he's not going to chase his 4 there.
In marriage, you're saying?
I think, yes. Like being in 4-bet pots with garbage and making gut shots every time. Stacking people, I don't know. Only you has the secret to do that.
Well, because I play them all the time. Sometimes I'm bound to fucking hit, you know?
Look, you have 6-3, they both have shit, and they just both fold.
I also think he ran the best.
Yeah, right. He runs the best for sure. Guaranteed.
It's between you and him, top 2.
I
Yes,
run the worst,
correct.
guarantee.
You run the worst
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
Albert. Red.
with everybody.
Okay.
Albert with everybody.
I run the worst for sure.
Yeah, you just told yesterday.
Hassan
guys.
is
Hassan,
straddled.
imagine 8 on the river.
What?
8 on the river, why not?
Oh, and you forget the hand where he hits a king.
Yeah, but it's another same
Hands raises because it's Hassan's straddle, and Hassan calls with the jack deuce.
I check on the spot. We didn't go all in.
I think he's probably lost interest now. Come back to his phone.
Yes. Winning with
Goes
6-3
check,
versus
check.
10s also very
I'm
nice.
trying to reduce a bluff here
And when you flop
with the
3 bet,
ace. Now he's going to bet. He's open-ended, so
Albert, t'as les rois dans ce coup-là.
Hassan
C'est ça que tu m'as dit la main.
is reaching for chips here. He's absolutely nothing. He's no way to win this hand, and he's check raised here as a bluff. This is an absolute no equity bluff. It's not going to work because hands, apart from having top pair, is open-ended as well. But
Well, that's a
that's
card where
that's
he
a
could pull the
nasty
trigger.
river for the ace-4. But it just
quick
goes
shot.
check, check.
Just the right amount of stickiness expressed by hands there.
Yeah.
Tu payes jamais moins bien. Habibi, tous tes bluffs, ils rentrent à la river. Si t'as un 4, tu fais quand même. Si t'as couleur,
Des
ça rentre.
18, des rois 8.
Eh ben, je pense que je vais devoir tourner en bluff des trucs moins bien que ta main.
Tu as rarement un flush. Tu as très rarement un flush. Ou un 4.
Pourquoi j'ai rarement des flushs?
Dans le coup, lui, tu ne vas pas bêter
Flop,
tout.
c'est rainbow.
Mais tu ne vas pas beaucoup bêter de flush au retour. Seulement ceux qui ont open-end.
J'ai misé un check.
C'est pire. Parce que tu peux te faire checker. Donc c'est mieux de check back.
We were very deep.
Je pense pas que tu bêtes genre King 10 of flush.
On était très deep. Bien sûr, il y a des mains que je ne veux pas mettre.
Huh? You see your cards, yeah? Okay.
Joseph now in the straddle with the aces. That's going to present some fun situations a little bit later on.
1 point.
Konstantinos looking to get involved here with the Queen 10. Well, Hassan 8-4 suited. He's made the call too. Wow, Joseph now 5,400. Konstantinos can't really take the heat, but we know Hassan always willing to call, always willing to spot his opponent the best hand pre. 8-4 suited, somewhat connected. He will have some amount of equity going to this flop. I don't see Konstantinos sticking around here. And I can't imagine a world where Hassan doesn't. There we go. So 12.5k out there. And wow, the two pairs, top and bottom for Hassan. Aces have been dealt a very cold deck here.
Karma.
Question is, can they hold? Obviously, aces still with plenty of ways to win. Backdoor spades. 6 is good, ace is good, and whatever card comes on the turn is likely good as well. Does go check, check amazingly on the flop. Queen of diamonds now. Feel like Hassan's going to come out betting, and Joseph may just isolate when that happens. Get it all in. No, Hassan checks one more time, throws out the rope. Well, Joseph's going to have 18% here. I hope for Hassan's sake he decides to raise this one. There are some scare cards potentially on the river. Could kill his action. Wants to get some chips in here. When it's... He does stick it in. And Joseph obviously going to come with the call here. Can't get away from an overpair against this man.
This is
Amazing spot here for Hassan to get to 60k. They might run it twice. Hassan, the one with the outs, doesn't hit the first one. He's going to need a queen, a 6, and there is the ace running twice to save the day for Joseph. Hassan has to chop it
I was
up.
not happy when I called, but I had to call. I felt this call.
Well, I suppose you can't feel too bad for Hassan. He did get in there with the 8-4 against the aces free, but
Yeah.
after that flop, I really felt like he was quids in.
Red.
Now red black. Play.
Guys, start round next round. After I come back, please. I will go to toilet.
Let's make it every two.
Nereye gidiyorsun?
Lavaboya gideceğim ya. Yerimden kalkamadım.
Ben de aynı. Kalkamıyorsun.
Just to let you know, guys, based on the best information we have right now, the stream will be back up and running at 12:30 tomorrow for the final day of the warm-up. Don't have confirmation on that yet, but I do believe the warm-up will be returning at 12:30. Well, at 12 o'clock for them and 12:30 for the stream.
2.5.
Yeah, and that's local time. It's 10:30
10:30 in the morning, UK Ireland.
time. UK Ireland time, yeah.
Konstantinos and Miroslav both with big slick here. Konstantinos got the suited variety. Albert has limped in with the pocket deuces, so he'll be able to escape rather cheaply now. Can't see anyone else getting involved here, given the 3-bet. Konstantinos and Miroslav playing effective 200 bigs deep. And Konstantinos looking at the 11-7 in the middle, thinking, well, do I just stick him in here for the 38? Good chance he does, Dara. Hard to find a clicky bet size that isn't all in. Could come with the call sometimes if he feels like Miroslav has to be strong, but you sort of want to see all 5 cards with the ace-king. So this probably just gets in for an 80k pot with Konstantinos. Small favourite. Let's see though. There could be other ways this hand plays out.
They play there.
21.
Well, he does find a clicky size. Well, it's not that clicky. He's sort of chopped his stack now.
Green tea.
Miroslav's put in 7 of his 38. Probably suspects his opponent is strong. But he does have ace-king, and there's not a lot you can do about it. He's obviously worried about aces and kings, particularly aces here. But, you know, going to be able to proceed here against queens profitably. His opponent having ace-king as well is always possible. Just probably not up against too many ace-queens anymore. So a reminder there was a few limps. Konstantinos bumped it up. Miroslav 3-bet. Pot was bloated a little bit because of those limps. Konstantinos is now 4-bet to 21, and Miroslav obviously faced with a decision to just stick in the 38 or not. No fold equity. He knows that. We know that. It's a question of whether he wants to gamble. Does let it go. Wow. So Konstantinos maybe finding that raise size rather than shove, gets credit for a little bit more aces and kings than he would have if he had just popped it in. Great result.
Jack for his kings.
So I start round.
Result for Konstantinos there.
How come this hand didn't end before I come?
There is no blood.
That was a long hand.
Little bit of blood.
Sinan, who went to the bathroom, just missed one hand. May not have even missed a hand.
Yeah.
May have left when he folded his cards that hand.
I think
and
you
spotted
guys are
that
even now.
They were still
1-1,
playing.
right? For tonight.
Something like this.
Cyprus won, Bulgaria won. One more fight and we have a winner.
So as we head into the last 35 minutes or so, in case you're joining us very, very late, David Lappin,
let's
I'm
go.
alongside
30
Darrow
goes
Carney,
into
and
the
we've been
fight.
presiding over
Here
what
comes
has
the
been a
new
very
challenger.
exciting 3 hours of cash game, preceded by 4 hours of warm-up tournament poker.
Albert, who do you think is the best player in Turkey? Sinan or Mehmet?
This has been a wild cash game, very,
Yeah, very different
think
cash
that
game
was
from
the
last night's
mentality.
cash game.
yeah.
We saw quite a lot
Mehmet
of
is a legend.
nuanced play
Sinan
and
not
some
yet.
very
Yeah.
interesting hands. Tonight has
Like
been more of
Mehmet
a
is in the Hall
sledgehammer
of Fame.
approach where
Yeah, Mehmet.
Mehmet is in the Hall of
That
Fame.
Sinan
Hassan
is
has
like
played almost
The
every
Turkish
hand.
Hall of Fame.
Promising?
But
Yeah, you're promised.
it hasn't really worked out well for him. He's got a bit of a spin going with his last bullet, but for the most part, it hasn't worked out.
How many years has he played? 20?
No, 10.
So
Him?
Konstantinos,
30?
we see Miroslav on screen, so I think Konstantinos has probably bailed on his ace-queen. Miroslav is called with his eights. Yep, that is what's happened. And ooh, what a lovely flop here. Miroslav,
Bottom set.
bottom set against top.
10.
There will be blood.
Yeah.
And you just
Now, ace-queen doesn't love the coordination of the queen 10-8,
much
but
younger,
also at
yeah.
the same time
Doesn't
has to be
really-
reasonably happy as
Yeah,
well.
it doesn't fear Jack 9 too much, but obviously there's a lot of bad turn cards.
Started 2007.
Yeah, probably going to stick in a continuation bet here. And
Yeah.
the question is, does Miroslav flat or raise in this spot? Healthy bet coming from Mehmet, looks at something in the region of 7k, 6.5. And Miroslav, well, definitely can go both ways here.
Yeah, he's not blocking continues here if he just calls.
And if he
Knows.
calls, the
He
stack
could-
to pot ratio
Rani,
is
I
just
think
about
he
one
was-
Dara.
He
So
can check it and then
25
that
years.
might cause a queen
And
to
still plays only one game.
to get in for
And he's
equity
mediocre
protection.
at it.
So yeah, I think the queen is probably getting in anyway. So it's a question of what other hands can we get in via both methods.
do you know what? I probably raise in this spot myself. The reason being is I think Mehmet's one of the tighter players. I think the chances of him having a hand like ace, queen, kings, or aces is larger than most of the people. And I feel like their scare cards can come and maybe kill my action. So I think against his range specifically, I might actually decide, let's get after it.
Then the raise does look super strong.
Yeah, true. Can't have it both ways.
No. Yeah, you can see Mehmet, even with top pair, really doesn't like this. And it has gone all in a call, so he's got him in
the time.
by fast playing it on the flop.
They're going to run it 2 times, but Mehmet's only got 4% here. He's not going to get there too often. He's not going to get there the first time. And there's a lot of kill cards here on the turn, on the second board turn as well, and that's one of them.
Servet kaybettim.
So ship the. Is it the biggest pot of tonight? 78-4 over to Miroslav.
it
If it's
might
not the
be, yeah.
biggest, it's the second biggest.
Yeah. Yeah, we, again, like last night we saw some real big pots because they were playing deep stack poker. For tonight, Hassan has been driving the action, but he's never really had more than 40k until fairly recently, so the pots have just been smaller as a result.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised by how little his pesky presence in pots that, you know, most people wouldn't be involved in didn't create more collisions between the big stacks for bigger amounts.
Yeah.
Strangely, that didn't happen as often as one would expect.
Very healthy.
The sauce around it. I just like it. I just like to eat alone.
Usually I eat a lot also. I open it myself, like
Yeah, I open myself.
they open for me, put some sauce. It's okay.
Yeah, obviously.
This has lots of protein, I think.
Yeah, and I've just received confirmation of what I suspected there. So with play beginning in the warm-up at midday, that means that we will be back at 12:30 local time, 10:30 UK Ireland time, 11:30 Central European time. We will be playing from 25 down to the final table over the course of, I would suspect, the first maybe 4 hours. And then there will be a presentation ceremony for the final tablists. Always a bit of pomp and fun with that.
Yeah.
Up there, set.
After which we will get down to the serious business of playing for 264k.
Bütün paramı buna kaybediyorum. Non stop.
We will catch you in Istanbul. Don't worry.
Just never go to Istanbul.
That's for sure.
And Bulgaria, Cyprus.
No souffle.
No, nothing. Yeah, no.
Ship one to hands.
Yeah. Has been relatively quiet tonight. Yeah. Just hasn't had too many good spots. Like, he has tried to get involved. I've seen him raise stuff like 8-5 suited in early position to try and get into a pot with his Sam, but just really hasn't worked out for him.
800, empty. Queen is 900.
Sam's still in the game and has at least run up this bullet
Very meaty.
to recoup some of his losses tonight. Martinez decides to, oh no, he's straddled, yeah. Mehmet calls with the 10-7. Looking to play pots obviously against Hassan. And it's going to be four-way. Big blind effectively becomes a small blind in straddle pots. Hassan has actually flopped pretty well here.
What's the name in English of this? Head?
He's got a flush draw and a gut shot. Mehmet has a gut shot and Konstantinos has top pair, so we could see a square off here between Konstantinos and Hassan. And they're pretty deep against each other. Hassan is going to just call, I think, yeah, throws in the call chip. And there it is. Spade on the turn, which makes two pair for Konstantinos.
Yeah, this is an amazing opportunity now for Hassan to get the full 13k in here. Get himself back to something in the region of 30k. Did he nearly throw his hand away? Sort of pushed it out to have a look at it and it went quite far. Fortunately for him, he pulled it in pretty quick as well.
Konstantinos checks.
Please do your own betting here, Hassan. Gotta go 3 or 4k here, please. One time.
5,000.
Nice, nice. Sets up an easy shove for the river.
Size.
5K.
Konstantinos probably just sticks it in now.
I think so. He's got the jack of spades in hand as well.
Get called by all the 10x and the one spade hands.
Yeah. Looks like he's just going to stick it in. No. Chips go back.
Only.
Yeah, all in, he says.
Music to Hassan's ears with the nuts.
The absolute nuts. But
Run it
not
2
dead.
times.
He has
Queen,
a queen
or a jack. 2.
Do you have a set? Straight flush?
No good on the first
Straight
one.
flush.
No good on the second. So
Flush.
Flush declared.
Flush.
Flush shown. No, flush not shown yet, but jack queen shown. Flush shown now.
So it gets back up to 30k.
12-6.
move into the last half hour of play. Miroslav has decided he can't wait to eat.
Bon appétit, Baba.
Thank you.
Miroslav under the gun, straddle to 9-8.
Yes.
Mehmet, we can't see his second card, but he's got Queen X and he's raised. They're all trying to get pots Hassan. Hassan obviously calls because he's been calling everything. He calls 8-6 offsuit. Joseph has a suited hand here, suited ace.
Right.
He's going to squeeze, try and get to play a pot in position against Hassan, the action player. Hassan gets quickly out of the way. Let's see how good Mehmet's queen is now. He throws it away. Hassan, once he looks up from his phone, I suspect will probably flick in the call. Yep, flicks in the 5k. 8-6 against ace deuce suited. And the ace deuce hits a fairly meaningless pair, but the 8-6 has missed completely, so that should be the end of this hand, I think. If he see bets here, just to protect his deuce. And yeah, quick throw away from Hassan. He tends not to show any interest in pots when he's just missed the board. And they rabbit hunt just to see what the run out would have been.
I saw a dog playing against Owen.
Who?
Dog. Dog Pope
Yeah.
playing against your friend Owen Mesa.
Oh, Owen, yeah.
It was very interesting heads up to watch. But I didn't see something so crazy actually.
Yeah, one day one big, one day the other one big.
No, but even in the hands, like
The lads talking about a recent
but I
heads
mean,
up clash,
the guy is
sort of
supposed
heads
to be
up
the
challenge of
best player in
sorts
the
between
world.
Doug Polk
he's playing very well. But I mean,
and
But
actually can't remember the gentleman's name, but he's clearly a friend of this guy.
you don't need to be super good.
Did Doug play heads up?
He missed that
yeah, that was.
I think there was a game at the lodge. Actually, I suppose Doug plays a lot of these heads up challenges, but there was a game at the lodge where the
You don't
guy
need to be super crazy.
misread his hand in one spot, and Doug gave him a refund
Okay.
on the hand, and that sort of story went somewhat viral, or at least caused people
Doesn't
to
mean that you
discuss
need to be super crazy.
what
He's
Doug
super
had
solid.
done.
They check whether. Oh, I feel shy versus you. What you? Yeah. But I want. It's a bit. Solving big problems.
Not sure I've ever seen anyone like Hassan at the table. Not just playing every hand, but just almost so disinterested in the game, just in his phone all the time.
2-5.
Mehmet now mirroring Hassan,
Yeah.
who's decided to fire at this one with top pair. He is dominated.
Top pair, and he has some backdoors with the 7.
Jack 10 suited for Mehmet. He's got the flush draw working for him, and Joseph, well, top, always a nice hand, especially with the backdoor nut flush draw to go with. Miroslav, the only person with no piece, the only person likely to exit stage left. Although now that it's gone raised from Joseph here, Mehmet may have the opportunity to escape. Doesn't have the nut flush draw, crucially. Does call anyway.
Yeah.
And Hassan, well, They've told you. They've given you their answer. Your king 7, no good, sir. Good fold.
Yeah.
Excellent fold.
Yeah.
Oh, although there's the 7 that would have given him some
Yeah.
interesting
Yeah.
amounts of equity.
Would have made him open-ended.
Joseph's got to be worried about this overcall to the raise.
Yeah.
And now going to face a lead, it looks like, from Mehmet. Something in the region of 13k. Uncomfortable for the ace-king, it must be said.
Comfortable, but there are a lot of draws there. But it's definitely uncomfortable.
Yeah, sort of a setty line. Which I guess is, if you're going to balance out your flush draws with some hands maybe set to the right ones, 5s and 6s.
Yeah, it's just you don't have too many of them compared to how many flush draws you have.
7, 8 of clubs kind of feels like a hand
7, 8
that
is
might do
definitely
something
possible,
like this too.
Yeah, 7, 8 would make sense. And that's obviously improved to a pair, but you're still ahead of it, so.
And Mehmet has put in 14.5 of his 36, so a very sizable chunk. And
As
it
you
also means he won't have much of a shove on the river. So a lot of the chips going in here.
Yeah. So he is checking how much is behind here. As you said, like Mehmet has been probably the most solid of the players at the table, so he might get a bit more. But then he has just lost that big pot, so.
He lost the big one, but he did have a sort of a legit holding in it. So
He had a legit holding, but it's just possible that his opponent thinks he might be tilting a little bit here.
True.
Chasing his loss.
Yeah,
Lots
very,
of-
very strong line certainly here by Mehmet.
Yeah.
Remember, the action went bet by Hassan, raise from Joseph on the flop, and Mehmet cold calling, and now leading on the 8 of hearts turn. Joseph trying to figure out if he's in good shape against a draw, but still vulnerable, or incredibly bad shape, maybe dead in fact.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an uncomfortable spot.
And it's one of those two situations as well. It's either you're up against a hand that has a lot of equity, or you're dead.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing is like a lot of equity is not that huge amount of equity with just one card to come. Like you can see there that the flush draw is actually only 18%.
Yeah, and even a combo draw might only have like 26, 28.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're pretty far ahead of the draws, but you're kind of dead against the sets.
Does
Yeah.
let it go.
Does well.
Got spooked.
Mehmet found a way to win that hand.
Yeah, happy to see Mehmet pull in a nice one there, gotta say. I think he's played pretty nicely all day. Got unlucky to get that cooler 8 against ace queen on the queen 10-8.
You can have 6, 7 of clubs.
That was a
Yeah.
pretty gross one
6,
for
7 of
a
clubs
full
makes sense.
200 big blind stack.
Or 5s.
Big yawn from Hassan.
5s also makes sense.
Maybe 7-4.
These guys are entering the last few moments of this stream. I think we've got about 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes left.
Clubs in
Gonna
there?
imagine we get
Seven,
roughly
four
one more
clubs.
orbit in.
No, like,
Oh, without only 7, 4.
yeah. We will see.
Wow, very interesting here. We always get
What's
to see
that
the
now?
straddle hand first, and we spot that
Yeah.
Hassan's gonna wake up with jacks. I wonder if he'll look at his
Hmm?
hand. Hope he does.
Ace 10, you said?
Yeah, so the ace queen's obviously super interested here, with Hassan being a straddle slash effective big blind.
Yeah, this is just gonna get in
Bravo.
pre, I think, isn't it,
This
Darren?
is got to get in pre for sure, yeah.
Big bluff.
Yeah.
Jack 7 clubs.
2 times, Hassan?
What you have?
What you have?
Pair.
Over 2 cards, ace queen. 2 time, 1 time, what do you want?
2 times?
2 time.
They've been very accommodating to Hassan, telling them their cards and running them over a number of times.
Direct.
And Sinan hits the first board.
It's Sinan day. What you need? 5?
What you need 5? The
more
disrespect
time.
are thinking he's pocket 5s here. and
One more
not
time, ace تحت.
a hand like jacks.
Even the second one, let's see.
So
No,
far, so good for Hassan.
Hassan. Ace or a
Kıvayet
queen
yoksa
needed.
eğer kazanıyorsun.
And
Chop it up.
Chop it up.
Chop chop.
I thought you have prepared.
Yes, I think it.
Yeah, you were counterfeited. Oh, it's such great genius.
any pair below
Eights would have been the fun one.
Seven.
yeah, any pair below nines was counterfeited there, so
I mean,
that would have been cruel.
But I'm kind of pre-rolling.
And poor old Hassan finally wakes up with real hands and still has to play flips and chop it up.
Chops,
Free
yeah.
rolling?
Pre-rolling.
Why?
I either win one or the other one.
Yeah, when you see the first one, it's
When you
like
see
this.
his reaction on the first one that he's so tilted that you hit a queen, oh, yeah, you probably win.
You kind of free rolling.
Didn't understand.
You're kind of free rolling on
Didn't understand what
once
that means.
he's like tilted that you hit a queen, you
I
probably
understand.
Sorry,
That's mine.
sorry to assume.
That's it.
Akila.
Wait,
I didn't
each
see.
have two cards?
But that's it.
Huh?
I don't know. I'm asking if that's it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Grace.
Sinan bumps things up here in early with the ace-8 suited. Konstantinos likely to come with a call. Well, these guys are very deep, you never know. Yeah, it does come with a call. Mehmet unlikely to get involved even for a small discount. Hassan dropping the hammer with the ace-10 this time. He's ahead of Sinan, and Konstantinos may decide he's going to give him a spin here. What do you think, Darrett? It's close.
It's close, yeah. What's the effective stack?
We're back to 20k flips land here.
Yeah,
As we
we're finishing as we started. It's the 20k flips.
no, Konstantinos going to try and navigate.
Interesting. Probably he'll be happy enough if he doesn't see an ace on the flop.
Now Hassan has. He just checks it there after dropping the hammer with the 5k. Wow.
I ate myself. Bravo, Will.
Oh, he gets there,
Yeah,
and
he
he's got
gets
the
it.
ace of hearts on board.
Yeah.
You want to take?
And like you said, Dara, there's a kind of a straightforwardness to Hassan post flop.
Yeah.
Won't be loving that card, Hassan. It's a pesky one. Puts a 4-liner up there. Konstantinos has the opportunity now to bluff,
10.
but doesn't.
يعني شو معه؟ معه جاك، معه كوين، معه ace, king. Because all I top, all بيربحوا. Any one
6,
of them.
6, 7, 7.
Some passive play here in early and late position. Opening the door here for hands in the straddle to charge these limpers. 3,400. Sinan with the 7x here. One would assume maybe pocket sevens, maybe ace 7 of spades, maybe a cheeky 6-7 or 7-8 of spades. The likely holdings given we can only see one card. Hassan in there with the 4-3. Not going to be able to give you percentages here because we're missing a card.
Yeah. Nothing for the 4-3. King Jack has 2 overs and a double gutter.
Yeah, and Sinan has at least bottom pair,
At least
potentially
bottom pair.
more.
Yeah.
Pocket sevens. Best case scenario here for Sinan. 7-8 suited would certainly be interesting. Even 7-6 suited might be a little interesting here. We'll probably know by his response. He does call, so Hassan out of the way. Hands, overs, gutter. Interesting one in terms of Sinan here. We suspect if he doesn't have pocket sevens, he probably has another spade. So likely has picked up 2 spades.
Yeah. Yeah, it could very well be 8-7 or 6-7 as well, which obviously has a straight draw going as well.
Yeah. And looks like Hans reaching for chips, Darren, and he's going to go big.
Yeah. Figures his hand can't really check call now, so he's adding the fold equity of betting himself to the equity of his double gutter.
And unless we're wildly off on the kind of range that Sinan would limp in early and call a, what was it, like a 9x? It's at least a call here.
Yeah, 7s makes a lot of sense, and ace-7 suited makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And if it's ace-7 suited, of course, it is ace-7 of spades, so...
Yeah, I can't imagine him going anywhere.
And even if it's like a suited connector, it has to be 8-7 or 6-7, so hard to imagine he has any 7 here that's just a 7.
Yeah, and at a push, even the 9-7, one gapper's got 2 pair to go with the flush draw. So yeah, there's just no way we can see him folding the street with whatever's hiding underneath. He may well find some raises as well.
Yeah.
Looks like calling chips. Oh no, looks like raising chips. Big raise, 31k. That'll get rid of Hans here and his 2 overs and a gutter in, I was going to say pretty quick order, but he hasn't acted yet.
Yeah. How much does he have to call?
20k.
Yeah, he's not really getting the price, and his outs, some of his outs are dirty.
This is mine.
Spades might not be good for him, so he might just be drawing to a queen or an 8 that isn't a spade.
Yeah, this would be a very adventurous play from Hans should he think there was fold equity after Sinan puts in half his stack here on the turn. Interested to know whether Sinan does have the sort of semi-bluff hand or if he has the pocket 7s that he's trying to now protect.
Yeah. One of the things this hand shows too is just the disadvantage of being out of position. He didn't want to give up the betting lead, so he bet. But unfortunately, your opponent has the function of raising if he wants, and that's exactly what happened. We still don't know what he had, unless he chooses to show us, and he
well
doesn't.
played from Sinan. Well, Sinan probably the player who impressed us most.
Yeah.
Last night he's impressed us again.
Yeah.
Took his beats like a man as well.
Yeah. Yeah, just gone about his business very professionally. Found a good raise there. Blew his opponent off equity.
Once again, a straddle pot. Mehmet getting after it here with the ace-4 off. Probably a pip or 2 below what would be recommended, but maybe feeling as though end of the night can attack a little bit. Hassan has actually flopped quite well here with the king-8 when the almost mandatory flat gets in there. And credit to Mehmet for just check folding. Actually, just recognising that my opponent does play kind of straightforward after the flop.
What is it?
I don't imagine he'll bluff me off.
I think that is one of the problems with Hassan's style. That sometimes these action players are guaranteed to get paid off after the flop if they hit, but he plays so honestly after the flop that
Didn't pay attention
They just
to
won't
the
pay him
hand at all.
off.
I didn't
He's
pay
essentially two
attention
different
until
players.
the
He's a
turn.
very wild, loose player before the flop, but he's a very straightforward, almost even tight player after the flop.
I figured it's queen jack, but
Miroslav,
I must.
who's had a pretty good night himself. Gonna min click this one. King Queen in early hands. Lets it go. Sinan probably going to get involved here in the big blind. 2600 to him here with a suited connector, Broadway. He's going to get in there, and that might bring Albert in for 400. It does indeed. Three ways. Don't remember too many heads up pots over the last 3 hours, I gotta say. We're mostly going 3, 4, and 5 ways. King 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Albert, the only player with a diamond in hand. Miroslav and Sinan making top pair. Trouble for Sinan here. He's likely to lose a street or two here. Miroslav's got to be feeling pretty good about his kicker right now. Oh my goodness me, this is trouble for Sinan.
This is trouble for Sinan now. It's very hard to give your opponent a king now.
Yeah, Miroslav can go big here across two streets.
Has to be the case king.
We might see an overbet on this street. He might also feel like he wants to keep the diamonds interested.
Yeah, he might actually think there's less chance now that Sinan has a king, so he might not be targeting a king. Might be targeting the diamonds or a 9.
Settles on pot in the end.
Yeah, that's kind of an all-purpose bet. We can get called by a 9, we can get called. The king is obviously continuing.
Yeah, and Sinan likely to call 4 here and may even call 15 or 16 on the river, which could get very expensive.
Yeah.
He's not completely out of it here, Sinan. He does have 7%. He can bink this 10 ball. He can also hit a 9 and a 4 to chop.
Yeah. Yeah. So they go to the river. And there it is.
Oh, well, that's kind of a shame from the purposes of our analysis.
Yeah.
It's going to make this one rather rudimentary. I guess on the off chance that Miroslav has king 9, you don't raise with the king 10, unless it's a very small size, obviously. But we expect this to be like a pot or even larger than pot bet.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the size on the river now. What are we targeting anymore?
I guess we're maybe trying to look as polarized as possible and hope a 9 calls, or even a flush that won't be in love with its flush anymore on a double paired board.
Yeah.
Oh, Dara, you kind of more on the ball there with the
Yeah.
not the tendency maybe to go below a pot bet and a quick call from Sinan. So I guess I got that aspect of it right.
Yeah. Yeah, the call is completely you can just never raise there because
Well,
obviously
could have pocket 4s, could have king 9.
pocket 4 is king 9.
Show.
Last 2 or 3 hands now, I feel.
Go all in, Riv.
I know we have about 6 or 7 minutes
I
left.
like your guys. You guys are.
Although I said 2 or 3 hands last night,
Imaginative.
Dara, and they played 1 hand for 13 and a half minutes, so
Yeah,
like
maybe
the way
maybe
you
you'll
guys are
do
imaginative.
that again.
sometimes it goes that way.
What?
I like your imagination, both of yours.
And they're all reaching for their
All in,
phones,
Kiwi?
so that kind of tells you they might be getting near the
You
end
all
of
in, Yuli?
telling their friends or backers how they've gotten on.
I don't have bows for all. No bows for all.
He never bets 8,000 with King 9. King 9 is 20,000.
I know.
Huh?
I know.
So make it 60,000.
I think King 9 is dangerous here. Very dangerous. When you call the small blind.
When what?
When he called a small blind.
I think Albert is suggesting there maybe that Sinan should have raised the river to try and get a
One
chop
king,
to
one
fold,
4-4.
saying he never has king 9 when he bets that size.
I mean, what else are you gonna have except like King 10?
Yeah,
King
interesting
9?
analysis.
Huh?
Certainly one of the most creative minds out there.
And look at this, Joseph has
clear
picked up
rolling.
aces here,
Once you shove.
and he's up against the S4, but unfortunately for him the S4 is completely whiffed, so, and Hassan has not shown a tendency to just launch off with no equity.
And next time I check back.
He may
Against
get
me
a
and
little
Danny next time.
stubborn.
4.4.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, well, just when we
maybe.
launch off, here we go.
He has done these kind of one move
One exactly.
bluffs where he just like tried to get, but then he shuts down if he faces resistance.
Yeah, sort of puts exactly the wrong amount of chips into those pots.
Yeah, and then doesn't follow through. He has a hand that has literally no equity, so let's see if this is another one and done spot for him.
Joseph obviously a little bit worried about a 10x, but can't go anywhere with the aces
10 is
here.
possible, but yeah, I think if he's a 10, you're just paying him off.
Yeah, and we'll probably be keenly aware of these one and done raise bluffs from Hassan.
Yeah.
Actually, a click back here, Dara.
Yeah.
7.7.
I think he thinks maybe he can get a draw in on the street. And
Yeah.
it was a one and done spot. So maybe one more hand.
Yeah, we definitely have time for one. We might get a second one as well. As we take in the sumptuous camera work and focus pulling of our talented share hand crew here. Very nice bit of work here.
Indeed. Yeah, all the guys behind the scenes bringing you this stream deserve a lot of credit.
Yeah, it's not just our beautiful faces there.
Yes, it certainly is not our beautiful faces.
Oh, big isolate here from Sinan to 6,000 with the pocket eights.
Yeah, and we have 6 players involved at the moment, but that's down to 4 now.
Mehmet would probably not consider a set mine here when he has to put 15 straddles in.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much. And he's not closing the action either.
I wonder if Hassan flicks in the call here for 6k, and if that's the whole point from Sinan is that he wants that to
Yeah,
happen.
I think,
It's a lot.
yeah, he lets this
It's
one
a
go.
lot.
He
with
lets
four
this
high.
one go. But it's not a bad result to pick up 2k there with the pocket eights.
8-9.
So we will get one more hand at least.
Yeah, that was a quick one. We might get 2 in.
Yeah.
Yes? You born on 8? No?
And double
normally
straddle,
the
I think,
lucky
here
number
from
for the people
Hassan.
is their born date.
And he has the Jack 7, we can see. And Albert has an actual hand here. The Ace Queen. With the double straddle on, this is the dream. The action player as the double straddler. 9-2 suited. Won't be going anywhere, I don't think. So we're going to see a pot between, I believe, the biggest winner of the night and Hassan, the action player who's driven this game all night. And the 9 deuce has missed in glorious style. That should be the end of this pot. The C-bet. And unless he goes for one of those one and done ones again, has a backdoor flush draw, but
Oh, Dara.
yeah, I think he's going for it again. Is he? Or is he just called? He's just called. Interesting.
If this was
5.
followed up by a bet now, then he might find a way to win.
Yeah, I think Albert probably just checks now and sees what happens on the river. He has a bluff catcher.
Yeah, and plenty of showdown against spades. And
Oh,
there's
there's
the
the
9.
9.
9.
I didn't even bet it. Wow.
Albert's like,
That
oh, yeah,
is-
good for you. 9 deuce, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. I suppose I took enough chips off you all night. I'm not gonna.
Probably should have bet the river there. I mean, there's no way Albert checks a king on the turn, so.
And I think that might be it, Dara. Yeah, here we come. Crew are coming over. Basically, explain to the guys that they can play on an outer table, but they won't be playing on our feature table any longer. Now, I want to bring up something kind of a bit more serious. I know we've watched a very fun stream. Some might say a wild, atypical cash game session, but I want to get to a sort of a real point on all of this. Players like Hassan drive the action and are the player type that big games are really built around.
Yeah.
We talked about the different dynamic that his presence created, but in reality, this is not perhaps that atypical. Those guys were all really deft, and they showed it at different points at sort of staying out of each other's way for the most part and taking turns isolating him.
Yeah.
Notably Albert, and I thought Sinan as well, doing that. Can you talk a little bit about that skill?
Yeah, essentially they kind of wanted to stay out of each other's way. Nobody wanted to go bust in this game and lose the opportunity to play against Hassan. It was, I mean, collusion is the wrong word, but it was almost implicit collusion in that it was like, yeah, we'll take our turns, play against Hassan. We'll definitely have the better of against when he plays, and he's not folding anything pre-flop.
No.
There were almost no folds. So it was generally a case that just kind of took turns, ganged up on him. They all got a piece of the pie, and pretty sure almost everybody finished up as a result. So it was a very good situation for them, and they want to continue. And he was away from the table briefly, and it was noticeable that nobody was. They were still staying out of each other's way. They had very much identified that Hassan was the man they wanted to play against, and they wanted to stay out of each other's way.
Yeah, clinical stuff by a group of cutthroat professional poker players for the most part, and maybe some very good amateurs in the mix as well. Look, on that note, it's been a fairly late one again, and we were delighted to turn across, of course, to the cash game action, but Dara's great love, my great love, is poker tournaments with heaps of risk premium. There are 25 people left in the warm-up event. The ICM is becoming a ever-creeping factor. It's going to peak around the final table bubble, which we always love to rail and watch and analyse hands around that period of time. Action is going to start here at 12 o'clock local time. That means the live stream starts at 12:30. We would love you to join us then. That's 10:30 local time. 12:30 local time, 10:30 in Ireland, the UK, 11:30 CET. If you can make it here bright and early, coffee in hand, do join us for that. We would love to see you. Take care, guys.
10 hours from now.